Good morning. The hearing board is in session. Today's Thursday, May 4th, 2017. We're meeting in the hearing room at SCAQMD headquarters in Diamond Bar. We have one change to the calendar today. Hogue Memorial Hospital Presbyterian, case 6005-3. A petition for a short variance has been taken off calendar. Today we have a continued hearing in the matter of SCAQMD versus Browning Ferris Industries of California, Inc. and Republic Services, Inc. doing business as Sunshine Canyon Landfill. In case 3448-14, this is a status report, modification of an order for abatement. Focus today is to see how the earlier 9 a.m. truck ban is addressing the trash odors, or if we need to delay to 10 a.m. If so, this board would have to make a finding of non-compliance, which would take quite a number of additional hearings. Who is representing the executive officer this morning?
Good morning, board members. Nicholas Sanchez and Karen Manwaring on behalf of the executive officer.
And representing respondent?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. Thomas Bruin for the respondent.
Thank you.
And also Bill Beck for the respondent, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Those will be testifying this morning. Please rise to be sworn in. Raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Wish to remind any member of the public who wishes to testify later on today, please fill out a yellow card provided to the clerk of the board. The cards are in the back of the room. And with that, Mr. Sanchez, opening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Briefly, when we started this matter, the district was seeking and represented that the combination of conditions and requirements that we were seeking as part of this order for abatement were intended to be the best combination of practices, focusing on which we believed was fugitive emissions carrying landfill odors to the nearby community, coupled with topography and meteorological phenomenons that are unique to that area, which were predominantly impacting the community during morning hours. As we sit here today, it's the district's position that the landfill has complied with the conditions to date issued by the board in its last modified order. To highlight some of those conditions, it's a delay of implementation of delivery of trash from the transfer trailer trucks and the route collection trucks to 9 a.m., which are the bulk of the daily tonnage, some of which has been diverted, some of which has been delayed. Coupled with that, the district believed that the intermediate cover area was largely responsible for the release of fugitive emissions, as evidenced by frequent hits that were within District Rule 1150.1 requirements, but were happening with frequency, which the district believed was resulting in landfill gas being burped from the landfill and being transported to the community. The landfill has aggressively implemented intermediate cover application and expanded upon that intermediate cover application, which the evidence today will demonstrate is resulting in reduction of landfill gas emissions and burst of landfill gas emissions coming from the landfill. In addition, there's been aggressive dewatering of wells and ongoing application of alternative daily cover. What's been observed at the site is less liquid and less inundation of wells with liquid, which we believe is a main contributor to inefficient gas collection. So gas collection has been improved. There was also additional and aggressive wells being drilled at the site. I believe there's 5 to 6 drill rigs at the site, and additional gas collection wells are being inserted. I believe what the board is going to focus on, and we will be presenting evidence on, is what about the nuisance? The district is not going to represent that we're going to ever have a odor-free landfill, but the district's jurisdiction and the district's concern are those odors rising to the effect of a public nuisance? The district will provide evidence. Since the last hearing or the implementation of the March 20th delay of route collection trucks added as part of the order, one NOV has been issued. That was issued on April 15th. There has also been a trend down in morning odor complaints. Complaints are still being received by the district, and the district is by no means claiming victory to the public or to this board. There were delays because of the extreme weather in the beginning of the year, and I believe the statistics and the testimony and the observations being presented to the board today will demonstrate that the order is effective, and we're on track to have continued reduction of emissions from the landfill and continued experiences of odor reaching the community. Last, I would just add, one of the focuses or the items that the district felt was significant was the focus on reduction of organics. That continues to be implemented. That continues to be beneficial. The Food Finder program is up and running. The landfill has hired someone dedicated to addressing and focusing on those type of issues. So collectively, we believe that we're on track to continue to get remediation and mitigation of odors from the landfill. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bruin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur in Mr. Sanchez's statements this morning. We are not only on track in terms of compliance with the abatement order, but we are ahead of schedule with many of the deadlines that the hearing board adopted by way of minute order at the last hearing. So without repeating what Mr. Sanchez has already told you, let me give you a brief overview of what we'll be presenting as part of our evidence today. We will bring back our panel of Elena Goodall and Michael Bodwin, who are Republic employees, Director of Engineering for Republic and Director of Remediation Programs, Mr. Bodwin. And they will give you a status report on compliance with the abatement order and the ongoing construction efforts at the landfill. We emailed to the clerk yesterday about 6 p.m. and have presented you with hard copies of a PowerPoint presentation that they'll be presenting as part of their panel presentation in our case. There are a number of construction pictures just to orient the board to the construction activities that are ongoing very aggressively at the moment at the site, as well as where we are with respect to each of the scheduled items discussed at the last hearing board meeting to show you that we're either on track or ahead of schedule in terms of the progress of items such as gas well installation and well pump installation. We will also present as part of that panel discussion an analysis of the complaint logs provided to us by the district, which is a log of the complaints that have been called into the 1-800-CUT-SMOG hotline or that have been registered with the district through its website. We have a chart that goes day by day and breaks down the number of complaints that have been registered with the district hour by hour, starting from 6 a.m. to noon. And what you'll see from the data that has been compiled is that we have a few odor complaints typically that start coming in between 6 and 7 a.m. The bulk of the complaints are from 7 to 8 a.m. And after that time slot, basically the complaints level off. We get a few, but not many. Very few have been confirmed. And we believe an analysis of the times in which complaints have been called into the district show conclusively, based on all the data collected since March 20, when we stopped disposal operations at the site, that if there is a morning odor issue attributable to the landfill, the cause must be landfill gas, because we do not have any disposal operations that occur before 9 a.m. We do not open the working face for any operations before 9 a.m. We have no construction activities before 9 a.m. So the only possible explanation for the peak in odor complaints between 7 and 8 a.m. has to be something else than fresh trash odors. If it is attributable to the landfill at all, it has to be a landfill gas odor, which is what our experts have been telling you all along. And we believe we've had an opportunity now since March 20 to eliminate the variable of what is causing morning odor complaints. The variable being, even though we stopped transfer van disposal before 9 a.m. originally in December, it wasn't until March 20 that there was an absolute prohibition out on route collection truck disposal. So there have been no disposal operations whatsoever before 9 a.m. And yet the peak odor complaints are coming in between 7 and 8 a.m. So it cannot, common sense tells us, be attributable to disposal operations or fresh trash odors. We'll present that analysis through the panel discussion, and you'll also be hearing from Neil Bolton. Mr. Bolton testified before you on November 30th last year. He is a preeminent, probably the preeminent expert in the United States on landfill operations. He's been to over 500 landfill sites. Most of his work is for municipalities, but he also worked for private enterprise. We had him come to the landfill. He's been there several times, but we had him come to the landfill on Friday, April 21st to see the mitigation and construction activities firsthand, to tour the neighborhood, and to look at the complaint data. And what you'll hear from Mr. Bolton in sum is that he finds no support in the complaint data for a rollback of disposal at the landfill between the hours of 9 and 10 a.m. In fact, I believe it's his opinion, but I'll let him speak for himself, that he believes the problem, if there is any, is attributable to landfill gas and not disposal operations, and that the delay in disposal operations until 9 a.m. is in fact really not an effective abatement or mitigation measure at all. That if we're going to try to chase fresh trash odors or disposal operations by way of mitigation, we're chasing the wrong target. I will also have Rob Sherman available. He's the general manager of the landfill to answer any questions the district or the hearing board might have regarding the various items of compliance with the abatement order, other than the engineering efforts and construction efforts that the panel will be discussing that I previously mentioned. Finally, I'd like to end with a request. At the last hearing before this hearing board, the focus of the hearing was supposed to be on the issue of this hearing board adopting an expedited schedule for the placement of enhanced intermediate cover. And we ended up with public comment at the end of the day asking for a rollback of disposal operations between 9 and 10 a.m. And that public comment became the focus of the hearing board's deliberations. In fact, I felt at the time that if I hadn't mentioned that the board needed to adopt the schedule for enhanced intermediate cover, the hearing board might have neglected to do so. We believe it's becoming a problem with having public comment at the end of our presentation of evidence and the district's presentation of evidence, because it doesn't allow us to respond with our own testimony to public comment, particularly when we are surprised by these last-minute requests that the hearing board consider another abatement order or another approach. So my request this morning, I know the hearing board in the past has had public comment sometimes before the evidence and sometimes afterwards. My request this morning is that we take public comment first, so that both you and the district and us and our witnesses and our experts will know what we're dealing with, so that we can respond to that public comment. And that concludes my opening remarks.
Thank you. Mr. Bruin, Mr. Sanchez, members of the public, the board has, for a considerable period of time, suggested to members of the public to wait until the evidence is in so that they can comment on the evidence that this board will have heard by then. We have allowed members of the public to testify much earlier in the proceedings in those situations where the members of the public, where an individual may have a need to leave and is unable to wait until the end of the day. Mr. Bruin brings up a good point. And I think that in this particular case, that might be an appropriate thing to do. Board members, any objection to proceeding with public testimony now so that we can hear from the parties the response? Senator?
I think that we should not allow this request. The public has traditionally responded to the statements that were made by the petitioner and the respondent. And they come here for the purpose of continuing that process. And to say to them at this point in time, we want to change it in the middle of the presentation is unfair and should not be accepted. Number one. And number two, they talked about the number of complaints that were received from 7 to 8 a.m., maybe come from landfill gas. And Mr. Chairman, the public should respond to that at an appropriate time. And the reason why, because the number of complaints compared to the ones before they initiated the process of the covering would clearly show where the complaints came in. I think it's fictitious argument. I'm waiting to hear more detail on it, but I will not be turned around by confused by what I'm listening to today. I mean, you're speaking from their point of view to serve their interests and not the interests of the public. If they were concerned about the interests of the public and the health concerns, we wouldn't have this problem. They would have been working with the city, the county, and the public over the years to make sure we didn't have this problem. No, I'm not in favor of that. If the public say they would like to do it, then that's up to them.
Just
To
want to
divert from the schedule.
Just want to remind you that the problem we have today is primarily the 9-inch cover that was required by a government entity. Ms. Byrd, any thoughts?
I'm willing to allow the public to speak in advance. We have done it before. I think one of the, and my rationale for that is frequently, in this case, when the public has come up, they have asked questions. And when it's the end of the hearing, we're not there to respond to questions. So I can feel comfortable with the public coming up with the idea that they will be able to state what their feelings are, and they can ask their questions, and perhaps the questions can be addressed as the hearing goes forward.
Ms. Brusette?
I'm on the fence. In a case like this, I feel that the best testimony from the public is as their own personal experiences and what they have experienced between the last hearing and this hearing. With that said, speaking first should have no effect on their testimony, because it should be based on their experiences. But given the senator's concern, and given the fact that it is, yes, we have deviated mostly to allow for people's schedules, but it's the usual practice of the board to allow testimony at the end. I'm tempted to say we should not change it just for this hearing, although we should ensure that the parties have an opportunity to at least respond in argument or present evidence if the focus does shift as a result of public comment.
Okay, why don't we do this? Allow the public testimony early on, as Mr. Bruin has requested. And then if before we hear closing statements, then allow any member of the public who wishes to address any new information that might have been testified to. We can allow a short period of time at that point, but limited exclusively to what they may have heard during the day and not a repeat of earlier testimony or not any new information. Would that be satisfactory to the board?
Mr. Chairman, the respondent or petitioner is not going to change his position regarding the plans, the effort they've made in order to cure the problem based on the comments that will be made by the public. They already set forth what their argument is going to be, and that we know. They have fuel complaints, gas fill, it's a gas problem. Disposal of trash is not a problem. So therefore, they already said what they were going to say. And the public comments will not get them to cause them to change their position as to the recommendation for change they plan to make. I get the feeling that it's just not a status report hearing. They want to modify their stipulated agreement. That's what I'm hearing. That there's no need to not to have trash being disposed between 7 and 9. That's what I'm hearing. And the public need to hear in total what they intend to do, or what they intend to do in terms of recommending to the hearing board about whatever changes they want to make. The public need to hear that first. Then they can respond to that. I think it undercuts the effectiveness of the public's response to what they're going to say when they speak in advance, because they don't know what they're going to say. And I think it's wrong, and it's we're caving in again, once again, in my view.
I just wanted to say that the public testimony is not just for the petitioner or respondent, it's also for us. And so whether they change their approach or not is not, for me, a major concern. My major concern is me hearing what has happened based on what the public has to report. And I believe that hearing testimony early and hearing public testimony later will resolve the feelings of all members as far as hearing what the public has experienced since the last hearing, and then to hear the public's response to whatever it is that's proposed to be modified after it has been presented. I think that is it's pretty comprehensive as to me getting a feeling for what the public may think.
One more comment and then we'll proceed. Ms. Prusek,
I want to comment also.
you've commented
Once
twice.
again.
I called on Ms. Prusek.
I think, Chairman, you raised a good way to do this, but then I think the senator raised a good point, and I think we're wasting a lot of time by debating. But I think in the end, people will testify twice, and I think it's for the very reason that the senator just stated out loud, which is I do believe that I heard that too in the opening, that I think that the respondent will be requesting a modification, and the public will want to comment on that. So if we want to proceed this way, that's fine, but I think we'll be hearing twice.
We'll proceed as,
One final question, Mr. Chairman, in all due respect. My question to you was whether or not there's a pre-telephone conference call prior to this hearing today.
there have been many since the last one?
Yes.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sanchez.
Just based upon the senator's statements, I just want to make it clear for the record, opening statements are not evidence. If we don't put on the information or through testimony or documents and get that into the record, what we say in our opening has no meaning. So I just want to make sure that's clear for all the board members to already show, an insight in what we're going to show or what we're not going to show. That's not reassuring.
You used the word aggressively. In every case, they responded aggressively, which suggested that they're in compliance and getting in compliance a lot faster. I hear what you're saying. That tells me what you're thinking. It tells me what you're thinking.
We'll proceed. I have a request to speak card from Mr. Wade Hunter.
Mr. Chairman, I provided, sorry to interrupt, but I provided exhibits to the public, and I've provided them to the clerk to be marked. I think some of the public may be referring to at least Exhibit 50, so I'd ask that I can mark my exhibits at this time.
Sure. Let's mark all the exhibits then. We have 4 exhibits submitted by the district. The first one is a chart titled Complaints Reported to the SCAQMD alleging Sunshine Canyon landfill as the source, calendar year 1995 through April 30th, 2017. We'll mark that as petitioner's exhibit number 50. The second one is a table. It's monthly report, April 2017. It's on AQMD letterhead. That will be marked Exhibit 51 for the petitioner. It's the table that is the monthly report, April 2017.
I had provided those, all the complaint data as one exhibit, as Exhibit 50, if that's possible, if we can
Oh,
keep them
sure.
collectively.
Okay, so that would be the chart, the table,
And there should be a graph also.
this graph.
Yes.
So there's just 2 documents, or 3?
Mr. Chairman,
3.
4 pages with three documents.
Yeah, there's a graph, a report that's 3 pages long, and then the last document is a table that's 2 pages long.
Okay, what I have is a graph. Oh, I see, it's a 3-page table, 2 sides. Okay, those 3 documents will be marked as Exhibit 50. So to make sure everybody understands, the first one is a graph titled Complaints Reported to the SCAQMD alleging Sunshine Canyon landfill as the source, calendar year 1995 through April 30th, 2017. That is the first part of Exhibit 50. The second part is it's a table, 3 pages, 2 sheets, monthly report of April 2017. And then we have another table, odor complaints reported to AQMD alleging SCL, and notices of violation summary 2009 to 2017. All of that is exhibit number 50. She's asking if there's one more.
But that's consists of all of Exhibit 50.
Okay. And the next one, then we have interdepartmental correspondence of the City of Los Angeles dated May 1st, 2017 to Mr. Nick Sanchez.
Nick Hendricks,
Nicholas.
different Nick.
Oh, Nicholas Hendricks. Okay. Sorry. And that is a standalone exhibit, Mr. Sanchez?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that'll be Exhibit 51. We then have on district letterhead a letter to Mr. Rob Sherman dated May 3rd signed by Mr. Lucky Tisopoulos. That'll be exhibit, again, another standalone?
That consists of 3 approval letters, all to Rob Sherman, all signed by Dr. Tassopoulos. The first one is for final approval of revised odorous load management plan. The second one is for final approval of revised best management practices plan for the control and treatment of fresh trash odor. And last, interim approval of Sunshine Canyon landfill assessment of physical barriers and dust odor containment structures. That consists of Exhibit 52.
Okay, that will be Exhibit 52. We have another letter. This is a final approval on district letterhead, May 3rd, to Mr. Rob Sherman. There are 3 letters, all dated May 3rd. The first one is a final approval of revised odors land management plan. The second one is final approval of revised BMP plan for control of treatment of fresh trash odor. And the third one, also dated May 3rd, is the interim approved Sunshine Canyon landfill assessment of physical barriers and dust odor containment structures. Okay. That's number 53.
No, that's the same exhibit as 52, Mr. Chairman.
52? Okay. Indeed, I do. Lastly, we have what appears to be a PowerPoint. Review of approval of proposal for additional best management practices, condition 4, and that will be Exhibit 53.
No further exhibits. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we've got also from respondent a PowerPoint hard copy titled 2017 Sunshine Canyon Landfill Action Plan dated May 4th, 2017. That will be Exhibit KKK. Probably up there.
Mr. Chairman, we also have given the board members a binder, which has a cover sheet for the May 4th hearing, which represents the submittals we have provided to the hearing board and the district since the last hearing regarding, various reporting requirements under the abatement order.
Okay. The binder and all of its contents will be marked as Exhibit LLL. We have a public exhibits. The first one is from Nura Hindi Shayad. It's email sent April 25, and it will be Public Exhibit 100. Another email from Salpi Sagarian, May 1st, 2017, Public Exhibit 101. Another email from Meg Volk, Wednesday, May 3rd, 2017, Public Exhibit 102. Another email, Andrea Provenzali, May 3rd, 2017, Public Exhibit 103. Another exhibit, May Volk, May 3rd, 2017. This one is at 5:24 p.m. That's Public Exhibit 104. Another from Meg Volk, May 3rd, 2017 at 5:26 p.m. That's 105, Public 105. Another exhibit from Meg Volk, email, Wednesday, May 3rd, 2017, Public Exhibit 106. Almost done. And finally, from Mr. Mike Mohajer, an email, May 3rd, 2017, Public Exhibit 107.
Mr. Chairman, we have not received the public exhibits yet, except for the email from Mr. Mahajer. We did receive a copy of that.
I believe they're being distributed. I hope they're being distributed now.
Thank you.
We have one more, I believe, public, yeah, it's a public exhibit. And this is a document, multi-page document from Mr. Wade Hunter, and that'll be public exhibit 108. Okay, we're done. Mr. Hunter?
Before I get started, could I please say the public objects to this point of questioning? I'd say put it first. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'd just like to say before I even get started that the public objects to this line of questioning. What are we to comment on? We haven't seen anything. We haven't heard anything. We've heard an opening statement. We've seen no evidence presented. So to turn around and ask us to comment on something we haven't seen or heard is ludicrous. I mean, I'm just telling you, what are we supposed to comment on?
Mr. Hunter, you need to state your
Okay,
name, spell
well,
it.
I'll be happy to do that now. I just wanted to hear that before my time started.
Ms. Prusay.
I understood, Mr. Hunter, that part of what the public will like to testify on would be what is presented during a hearing, but a big part of this hearing and proceeding is your actual experiences. So if you can also testify on that, that would be
I'd
helpful.
be happy to, but I'd like the timer to restart, and I'd like to start my testimony now, please.
We'll give you, it's at 4 now, we'll give you another minute.
Thank you. My name is Wade Hunter. I'm the president of the North Valley Coalition of Concerned Citizens, Inc., and I am sworn. I provided you a document here, and we provided the following reports. Now, I understand that fortunately the AQMD did come through with the April ones, but they weren't available. I'd also like to say that all the documents we're talking about were not made available to the public. We were having back and forth with Nick yesterday trying to get a list of the documents that were submitted, and we didn't get them till late last night. I had the SQMD complaints report to that particular document to the SQMD CY 1995 through March 31st, 2017. It was the first 3 months of 2017. It's basically the same sort of report you're looking at April, but going back. And there were 728 reports of odors, and that's Exhibit A. And given the rate of odors in the historical past, without substantial changes in operation, it's not unreasonable to project the total number of complaints for the year 2017 will amount to 1,465. Also, there's a SOD odor complaints reports and notices of violation, the NOV summary. The odor complaints since January 2009 through March 2017 now total 10,701 with 213 NOVs, and that's Exhibit B. Since the first hearing started on 10/27/16 until 3/31/17, there have been 1,392 odor complaints filed. Now, March 2017, the SCAQMD's monthly odor complaint report for March 2017 was not available at the March 30th hearing, and that's Exhibit C. But if you look at that report, it shows the date, the time, location of the individual reports. It's 40% higher than last year, and you can see that there were excessive morning odor reports, some of which extended past 9 a.m. Of the 274 complaints received, 59% are in the morning and 41% are in the evening hours. Of the 161 that are morning hour complaints, 16 or 10% are after 9 a.m. And again, I'm talking about April, and due to the hearing schedules, we were faced with not having the AQMD reports available to us. They were posted late. They weren't available when this document was written. But basically, we knew there was going to be 117 odor complaints and 1 NOV issued. This is historically typical for this time of year. Of these complaints, 33 were before 9 a.m. and 23 were between 9 and 1 a.m. The balance of the complaints were in the late afternoon and the evening hours. The AQMD also received an additional 8 complaints for dust. While we're sure that BFIC will be claiming that the decline in monthly odor complaints and the NOVs in April 2017 can be attributed to the mitigations that they are now undertaking, majority of which you ordered, we caution you that you should wait until the end of October to truly determine if the desired results have been obtained. To support the need to wait, I've included updated graphs prepared by me to match the SCAQMD's online spreadsheet with 1071 odor complaints to show the monthly seasonal trend over a 9-year period from January 2009 through March 2017. This clearly demonstrates by the odor complaints graph monthly by year, and you can look at the line stacked one, April, May, June, and July, and August are historically low odor reporting periods, and that's Exhibit D. Now, I'll go briefly. Adverse weather protocol. We asked you to get one, and you didn't handle that. You did not address it. And you can read through that later because I just don't have the time to go through this. The public perception, seems that the public can believe that your hearing board has come to the same conclusion, that this is a business that does not respond appropriately to address the wrongs and the harm that they have caused by failing to appreciate or utilize the leeway that had been given by the various agencies that oversee the landfill's compliance. Instead, they choose to blame others or stall for as long as possible and only react when their business is threatened. When Ms. Prusak pointed out that instead of micromanaging the mitigations, the hearing board should just change BFIC hours to 10 a.m. before opening and cut their tonnage to 6,000 tons per day. Suddenly, within minutes, the requested dates could be provided. It's also interesting to note that during that same hearing, they claimed there was only 3 drill rigs available in California when you questioned them about the speed with which they were drilling the wells. Okay, Mr. Sherman recently reported GHNNC Plum Committee that there are now 5 rigs working on the landfill drilling wells. Possibly this is another positive result of your board's action. And of course, we still are looking for, it isn't working. The opening time that we believe should be moved to 10 a.m. to further eliminate morning odors, that the tonnage limit of 6,000 tons per day should be set, that an adverse weather protocol should be implemented, that a date for full compliance by the reduction of odors to 0 or as close as possible be implemented, and that monetary penalties and/or closure for failure to comply be implemented. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, Mr. Hunter, isn't it true I sent you the complaint data for the month of April around 2 p.m. yesterday?
You may have. My stuff was
Thank
already
you, Mr.
done.
Hunter. Isn't it true that I set up a FTP site and I distributed that to the community around lunchtime yesterday? Isn't that true? Yes or no, Mr. Hunter?
True, but if you see the document, wait.
Next question,
wait,
no.
you asked the question, I should be allowed to answer
You
it.
will be allowed to answer.
I'm not being allowed to answer.
Wait a minute. Let Mr. Sanchez finish his question. You can then answer.
Your website for the North Valley Coalition for Concerned Citizens, isn't it true how to access the website? It's nodump.com. That's the handle for that website.
It is.
And if you want to send an email to that website, isn't the email address nobfi.com?
It's one of them, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
May I be allowed to respond?
I thought you just did.
No, I didn't. I was cut off. When Mr. Sanchez was questioning, what we were given was a bad link to a list of documents, all these documents that are now being posted, which he sent out yesterday. There was probably about 5 or 10 emails going back between various people trying to get a link that worked so we could see the documents that had been submitted so that we could review them before we got here. And we did not get an answer until late afternoon. And we were asked to go, these are the documents that are on that list. There's a whole page full that have to be gone through. I printed out many of them and had to review them at that time. That is not sufficient time for the public to review. Not. It's physically impossible. And then again, when we come in here now, we're asked to comment on something we haven't even seen the presentation of. We didn't have the
You will
documents.
have, as I mentioned, you will have an opportunity to comment on that later in the day. Mr. Bruin or Mr. Beck,
No questions.
board members, Senator.
Honor, is it your opinion that you've been put at a disadvantage by receiving these complaints at such, not in a timely fashion?
Yes, sir.
And then previously, what was the frequency or the timeline prior to your hearing that you received complaints?
Well, typically on any kind of organization, there's a minimum of 3 days, but most people get their documents out long before them. But normally, at a minimum, it's 3 days. And we're not even getting that. We're getting documents even filed with dates on of yesterday, because they're just being filed to the board. And plus all these other documents that came in, we didn't even have the list. We couldn't access them. We had no way to access them. And
Well, is there on the website for AQMD, could you possibly access?
no, sir, the AQMD website does not work properly, and that was one of the reasons why that we had asked Mr. Sanchez to provide us this list and a link to this special list so that we could actually find the documents, because you can't find them on the website.
Did you check the link?
Yes, and it didn't work.
What do you mean it didn't work?
Came back and said, the computers wouldn't process it. We sent us a bad link. And we have all kinds of emails that went back and forth telling him the link's no good. We can't get to the documents. We didn't get to the documents until late yesterday.
Mr. Sanchez sent you a link suggesting that you could acquire the information, obtain the information, if you click onto that link.
Yes, sir.
And you were unable to obtain the information.
Yes, sir, and we informed him.
Did you notify him of that?
Yes, we did. A number of us did.
What was his response?
He finally came back with a link that worked in the late afternoon. But that doesn't mean now we're looking at processing going through all these documents and then trying to print out various documents to see what the heck has been going on. We don't, how the heck can the public comment on anything when they can't even see the documents submitted? And they were submitting documents yesterday.
It's clear to me, sir, that you, based on your testimony and your statement, that you've been put at a disadvantage. The public has been put at a disadvantage, and I'm beginning to find out why. Each day that I'm here, I'm learning what's going on that bothers me.
For my testimony, at least I could tell you, Senator, that when even if I pre-do my comments, that you will find my comments are valid based on, I'm guessing, what they're going to address. And if they don't, I turn around and make make up my own speech as I go to address something that I need to do. All I'm saying is I've seen nothing here today. I haven't even seen the documentation. What the heck am I supposed to comment on? Again, I'm guessing. And if that presentation that I was going to make didn't have any validity here today, then I wouldn't have made it. I would have made a new one.
Well, you heard me make the argument prior to
Yes, I did, sir, and I appreciate it.
I assumed this was going to be a problem, and it has been a problem. It is a problem. It's very disturbing.
Right, and I would need the same amount of time again to address after I've heard the presentations, because asking me to come up and make a presentation cold like this with no information, I'm wasting my time, and I think we should be given exactly the same amount of time to come back to comment on what had already been presented.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Byrd?
This isn't addressed to you. You can have a seat. No, I was just going to say that
Can I leave? I didn't.
yes, you may sit.
If Ms. Prusak has any questions.
No, I wanted to address some things, but
Oh, okay.
no,
No, I was just
I
gonna
didn't
say-
have a question. Thank you.
In my interpretation of what was presented as to how the public would be able to testify, I felt that it was an opportunity for them to have more than one opportunity to testify, and that they might be more pleased with that. But if it is the feeling that they're just going to repeat the same thing, then maybe we don't have to go through it twice.
Waste of time.
I think this is demonstrating that we probably should wait for public comment till the end, and I think the district has provided these documents in advance as a courtesy. We don't see them until today either, and But that just highlights the fact that members of the public will want to comment on them once they've heard them presented by the parties, as we will be hearing it presented, and we should just allow the comment period after, and to allow the parties an opportunity to respond to anything new that's raised. I think that will be, it seems to me that at this point, it's clear that's the most judicious.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator.
members, I understand the statements that are being made, but true, the board members receiving this documents today, but it does not serve the public's interest if they don't receive them in a substantial amount of time to respond. In my view, I think that if they're available to the petition and the respondents, they should be made available to the public. I mean, things have got to be open to the public. This is a public agency, and I'm troubled by the way we operate here sometimes, sir. So that's not your concern, it's mine.
Excuse me, it's not we. This board is not part of the district.
Don't get act like it. Carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you very much.
I have a card from Mr. Stephen Beck.
My name is Stephen Beck, S-T-E-P-H-E-N-B-E-C-K. I represent the here I go again. I'm representing the wrong group. The Legends of Cascades Community Association of 176 homes. Off the cuff, I'm going to respond with my reaction to this morning where they are talking about the AM reports that have come through recently and how they're breaking them down. I don't think the final word is out on this, first thing, but I would like to draw a distinction. If we're going to do this, I think that we need to determine which smells are being reported at those times. Because there's a pattern for the methane or gas-carried stench odors that comes through, generally speaking, by my experience and by most of the data that I think I've seen, from, let's just say, roughly from 6 p.m. in the afternoon, unless you're driving up north. 6 p.m. to maybe as late as 8 a.m. in the morning. So were the reportings that were done that they're talking about, that the lawyers for the other side are talking about, from 6 to 8 a.m., are those actually what we would call gas stench odor events, or are they trash odor events? The objective of the argument that we made for closure, which was basically Mary Reichardt's testimony, or her expert on that, was the subject of the trash odors. So if trash odors are not being reported in the morning, that would indicate that there is some mitigation that's being done as a result of the closure. That's just my off-the-top observation. Are we having a second possibility for talking at the end of this day?
Yes, and that will be limited to any new information you hear today.
Let me just say this generally, and I'm stealing somebody else's thunder. And that's somewhat discussed from this morning. Where is our interest in the public on this? Because that's really what's critical here. I could be wrong, but your existence is based on, to some extent, what is happening to the public in various situations. It's not just in the abstract. So we're paying the bill on this, one way or another. The state of California is. I know that Mr. Eglander, who's a city council member, sits on the LEA. I know that he's turned around and done some talk about possibly diverting 3,000 tons of trash a day someplace else, but that's all pie in the sky. I don't think the city's going to do anything, just to be blunt about it. You know, that's the politics of that. The other politics of that is that they get 12%. I could be wrong on this, but I'm going on hearsay, but it should be pretty good. They get about 12% of the landfill's gross revenue, plus they also get the most favorite nation rate, so to speak, for the disposal of 3,000 tons per day, at Sunshine. So they got their own interest. The city has their own interest in this. You know it, I know it, everybody else knows it. So where in this is the public's interest? And the county at this point, while they appear to have some power when it comes to the county health, you have to ask the question, what have they done about it? From our point of view, talk is cheap. We're not really getting a whole lot done. I'm going to leave the county alone on the other side, on the works end. I'm also going to make the comment, from my point of view, that I'm not sure in my own mind that the LEA represents anything that has to do with the public, and I'm not sure that they don't represent the city pretty substantially. I certainly am not benefiting by anything the LEA does. So what is my point? Based on your past actions and your record as a board, I'm going to say very, very, very bluntly that you're our last best hope. I don't see any other possibility other than this board handling this matter in an effective manner. So basically, our interest is best handled by you and has been so far to date. Okay? That's it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. Mr. Hunter was testifying about the link that I sent out to the community.
I need just to interject,
Let me ask my questions first.
but that's the point.
Okay.
I have a hard time hearing.
Okay. I sent a link in the afternoon, and you personally notified me it wasn't working, correct?
What was not working?
The link to the public documents,
I did.
and I repaired it around 2 p.m. Is that accurate?
Whenever it was, we eventually got through and were able to read we could read the page, and we could also click on it, yes.
Yes, and you thanked me, and you forwarded that link to other members of the community.
I did.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Affirmative on, I got the information, I forwarded it, and we were able to finally do it. The glitch was solved, you solved it.
Thank you.
Mr. Beck? No questions. Board members? Senator?
Mr. Beck, you're in the wrong location trying to get your problem solved. The problem you discussed, the county, LEA, the city, Mr. Englander not following through with what he said he's going to follow through, you're in the wrong venue. You need to be at City Hall. Do you hear what I said? If you got a problem with the LEA and the city of LA causing you a problem with the landfill, then that's where you ought to be, telling them what the problem is. Did you hear me?
Part of the problem, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what you say. You say that the city of LA said they're going to cut back on the amount of trash they're going to dump there, and they have a vested interest in dumping more trash there. And Mr. Englander is not going to keep his word, whom I know very well. You need to go to the city council and tell them what you think.
I'm sorry, I just have to object. This is a legal proceeding. There's no question being asked.
Well, you can object all you want. This is the point well made and should be made. I'm responding to his comments.
Do you have any more questions, Senator?
Please. I mean, you're saying
We have a period where we deliberate on what we hear, and that perhaps might be the place to...
Well, then let me just close it by saying, go to City Hall and complain to them.
Understood.
Board members? Thank you very much. I have one other card, and that's from Mike Mohajer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and member of the commissions. My name is Mike Mohajer. Last name is spelled M-O-H-A-J-E-R. I have taken the oath.
Okay, before you start, I have a document from Mr. Mohajer. It will be marked as Public Exhibit 109. You may continue.
Right. And I'm representing myself and no any other private or governmental agencies. I do agree that Mr. Sanchez sent this twice, the link to the materials. The first one didn't work, the second one that came around at 2 o'clock, but looking at those materials are over 1,000 pages. Even you guys won't be able to read it. And I read pretty fast, meaning that, so that makes it difficult. But putting that issue aside, I heard a couple of things over here that I want to address in addition to what I was going to talk about. You made a reference about the 9 inches of soil cover and the liquid getting into the extraction well. Your decision or your understanding is based on what you were told by quote-unquote expert as to one system to address the issue. But you should have asked the public if they had problem with the extraction well and liquid is in there, how come they didn't put sump pump to pump the liquid out? Why did they have to wait 2 years, 3 years, whatever it was, to address that issue? If they had that problem, why didn't they install horizontal trenches to collect the gas and water? And the list goes on and on. These are the technical issues that the way it was presented, the council presented basically what the Republic has presented, and that's how the decision is made. And myself being involved with a landfill going back as early as 1974, which we even didn't have a sump pump that we would do, I do understand something, and I take exception that the problem was caused by the liquid. The problem was caused for the failure of the Republic to address the problem. That is very critical in your analysis and whatever the decision is going to be. Now, as far as other things that I want to discuss, I will discuss after the Republic does their presentations. But one thing that you have to recognize, landfill gas is being generated by organic materials. CalRecycle has conducted a waste characterization, and 80% of what goes into the landfill is organic materials. And 1/3 of that 80% is food waste. So 45 tons of food waste that is being diverted somewhere else is not really the answer to the problem. The answer is taking all the organic, which this is why goes what I have recommended in my letter. And then I'll discuss it later on. One final thing.
Your time is up, sir.
Right. One final thing. I really want to appreciate this board. Being an old bureaucrat myself, I honestly do appreciate this. And yes, there are other governmental agency and county agency and everybody else. I come over here and I'm just getting a goosebump. I appreciate what you guys are doing. Maybe not what I like, but you're trying to do the best you can within the limitation you have. Thanks very much.
I appreciate your comments. I think the answers to some of your questions were covered at the last hearing, and perhaps the other questions might be covered today. Mr. Sanchez?
No questions, Mr.
Ms.
Chairman.
Beck? Ms. Prusay?
I have no questions. I did want to reiterate what Mr. Mahajer did say. I was going to say it before, but just to point out that the board never made a decision as to what is the cause of the problem at the landfill, whether it was by another agency or not, because we're still in the stipulated order phase. So just to point that out, that we never actually made that decision.
I think that is correct. Any comments I may have made are my opinion alone. Okay. Let's take a breather and then come back and hear some testimony. We'll reconvene at 20 after 10. We're back on the record. I did wish to point out that we're a four-member board today. Dr. Lerner is unavailable today. He will have an opportunity to view the webcast in preparation for another hearing, for any future hearing, should there be one. With that, Mr. Sanchez, your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The district would like to call Mr. John Anderson to testify. Mr. Anderson, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, good morning, members of the board, members of the public. My name is John Anderson, that is John-Anderson, and I have been sworn.
Thank you. What is your position at the district?
My title is Air Quality Analysis and Compliance Supervisor.
Is that also known as an AQAC?
That is.
And how long have you been employed at the district?
I've been employed at the district almost 11 years. I started in May of 2006.
First, I'd like to direct your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 52, which consists of 3 letters. Do you recognize those letters?
I do.
And can you go through and explain to us what the content or the substance of those letters are?
In general, these letters are an acknowledgement that the district has reviewed the documents referenced in them, and it defers, it does so in in consultation with our retained expert.
And can you just give us a little background on what that process involved?
Well, that involved reviewing feedback from our expert, recommendations, and then looking at the documents and not finding anything that we disagreed with.
And so at the last hearing, there was some concern by the board that some of the approval of some of these items that required submissions by the landfill were being a bit delayed. Do you remember those lines of questions?
I remember them very well.
And did this address those delays in approval of, and if you can just go through each item that those letters address?
Okay. The first one is Condition 15 of the stipulated order, and it's final approved of the revised odorous load management program. Okay. The second one is final approval of the revised best management practice plan for the control and treatment of fresh trash odors. And the third is an interim approval of the Sunshine Canyon landfill assessment of physical barriers and dust odor containment structures.
Thank you. And to date, what is the status of the landfill's compliance with the conditions in the order for abatement?
They are on track with providing us with the information that is in the order.
And before my next question, I forgot to address in my opening regarding the odor patrol or odor monitoring in the community. The district is pursuing a plan with an academic at a well-known local university to develop an odor protocol, and then the monitoring in the community will be performed by an environmental consultant. So we will have additional details for that shortly, but that collaboration and coordination with those two professionals is being sought rather than just limiting someone just going out there and doing record keeping. We're using someone with expertise in odors to help develop a subjective protocol for implementation of that condition.
Is that testimony, Mr. Anderson, or Mr. Sanchez making a statement that we haven't heard before?
Just making a statement. I indicated I forgot
to do it at this time, or you want to close?
I can do it in closing. I just thought it was appropriate to bring it up in context of the evidence I was presenting.
I'm still, don't give me too much to be concerned about in the future.
Okay. Mr. Sanchez, I appreciate your giving us a heads up as to the information that is coming. You may proceed.
Thank you. Now I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 50. Do you recognize those documents?
I do.
And can you describe them for us, please?
Well, the first is a ongoing chart of the number of complaints reported to South Coast Air Quality Management District from the public that allege odors against Sunshine Canyon landfill as being the source, and it runs from 1995, and this one ends through April 30th, 2017. So the dotted line that you'd see on that chart is April 30th year to date.
Go into the next document, please.
The next document is a detail that provides the day, the date, the time the complaint was received by the district, a complaint number, and a code that defines whether or not an odor was detected, or if one was detected, what type of odor it is, LG being landfill gas, TR being trash, none being no odor detected. NFR stands for no field response, and this is a case where, for whatever reason, an inspector was unable to respond when the complaint came in. There may have been a telephone call follow-up later, but an inspector was not able to go out and investigate.
And what time period does that chart cover?
This covers April 1st, 2017 through April 30th. The last complaint that you'll see on there is Saturday, April the 29th, and we received no complaints from the public on April the 30th.
Now going to the next document, please.
Okay, this document is a running total. I'm going to rotate this. Month by month, it breaks down the number of complaints received by month and the number of notices of violation issued. And the first page is tracking strictly nuisance rule 402 and health and safety code 41700. The second page tracks the same type of information but for violations of rule 1150.1.
And for the board's background as well as the public's, what's involved in gathering the information that goes into the second document as part of Exhibit 50?
Okay. As the complaints come into the district, they are entered by our communications center into a database known as CLASS, which stands for the Clean Air Support System. When this, at the end of the month, a staff specialist uses a software package that I'm not really familiar with, I'm sorry, to extract this data, and then we scrub the addresses out so that you basically see just the street name and not the actual complainant identifying information. And that takes, generally 3 to 5 days to get that process done, and then that staff specialist sends it to me. I would do a preliminary review to make sure that there's no typographical errors or things like that or omissions. And then I forward that to my manager for additional review, and then it's forwarded to a number of other people in the district for uploading into the website.
And so what happens if the last day of a month falls on a weekend? How does that impact the preparation of this data?
Well, we work Tuesday through Friday, so there will be, if say the month ends on a Saturday or a Sunday, obviously we're not going to be able to start working on it until Tuesday. And, given the length of time the process requires and resources available, normal turnaround time is about a week.
And so was this made available around May 3rd of this month, for the April 2017 data?
It was.
And is that a timely or slow accumulation or preparation of the data?
It's a little faster than I'm accustomed to.
Okay, and is this same data presented to the community organizations or groups of interest concerning Sunshine Canyon Landfill?
It's posted on our website now, and I do believe that we provide this data to Mr. Hunter's organization.
Which one?
The CAC.
Okay, and do you attend and present that information to that group?
I attend as available. This information typically is passed out in hard copy form, and Inspector Israel then would comment on the details of the complaint investigation.
And so can you tell us, did you analyze this data as part of your preparation for testimony today?
Yeah, I took a look at it, and what I was interested in seeing is, are we seeing a difference in the number of complaints from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. before and after the March 20th date? And in fact, if you and when I looked at it from January 1st of 2017 through March the 19th, about 36% of the complaints that we received were received between 7 and 9 a.m. And after that, about 28% of the complaints were received between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. Also, there were 19 notices of violation issued between January 1st, 2017 and March the 19th, 2017. Since then, there has been one issued, and I believe you stated earlier that that was on April the 15th. If I may correct you, that was actually April the 5th.
Thank you. And do you have any understanding of the complaints that came in on April 5th that resulted in the issuance of that NOV?
According to the information here provided by Inspector Israel, there were 9 confirmed complaints between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. and 10 confirmed complaints between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. on that date.
And let me just ask you this question. What is the district's position? Does the district feel that the odor nuisance problem is now solved at Sunshine Canyon Landfill?
No, this is encouraging, but it's one data point, 1 month in a row. So naturally, we're going to want to watch this over time. I would point out that there typically is a seasonal drop in the spring months of complaints also. But the data that we have does indicate that there are fewer percentage of the complaints coming in the morning, and also a fewer number of complaints total. But again, I don't think we're stating in any way, shape, or form that we're done.
And is it the district's expectation that based upon the compliance with the order for abatement, that these numbers should continue to drop, so to speak, going forward?
That is the expectation.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Bruin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Anderson, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
With respect to the chart, the red line chart, which is part of Exhibit 50, and it shows the total number of complaints received by the Air District on an annual basis. Does the total number per year, as shown on this chart, include complaints called into the Air District which were not confirmed by an Air District inspector?
It does.
So this is both confirmed and unconfirmed complaints.
Correct. And that, if you see on the title, and I believe I clarified or pointed this out, it says alleging Sunshine Canyon landfill as the source.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, I'd like to ask you about the complaint log that is also part of Exhibit 50. And I believe you were talking about the vertical column on this chart entitled Code,
Yes.
and it has references for none, and then there's another code that's NFR, which I think you said no field response.
Yes. There is actually a legend at the bottom of that, too, for,
Oh, I see.
yeah,
Thank you. And then LG means landfill gas,
that's correct.
and trash means it's a fresh trash odor in the opinion of the inspector.
That is correct, and it is in the opinion of the inspector, and it is the predominant odor detected.
All right. Does the inspector have a choice when the inspector is not sure whether the source of the odor he perceives is gas as opposed to trash?
That is a rather subjective question that I think another witness, an inspector, might better be able to answer. At the time that I was an inspector, and I would cover for Inspector Israel, it was usually pretty clear which one of those it was, but again, it is a blend of the two odors when you get off site. So
So even though the inspector may feel he's smelling some landfill gas and maybe some trash, this code system requires the inspector to choose.
correct.
Now, you indicated that a notice of violation was issued to the landfill on April 5th, 2017.
I did.
And so I'm looking under code, and there's some references to both landfill gas odors and trash on that day. We're going to hear some testimony in our case as to what happened on April 5th. So for the purpose of our next question, I'd like you to put the April 5th data aside. And just looking down the code column, I was looking for confirmed odors that were identified as trash after the hour of 9 a.m. during the month of April. And am I right that the only confirmed trash odor after 9 a.m., putting aside the situation on April 5th, is complaint number 106 on Tuesday, April 25th, and there was a complaint at 10:03 a.m.?
I'm not sure I'm following where you're at. Did you say April 5th or April 25th?
I meant to say April 25th. In other words, putting aside the April 5th incident.
Okay, I misunderstood. I'm sorry. And could you please restate the question?
Yes, if you look down the codes,
Right.
the vertical column of code, and you skip the odors which were confirmed as trash odors on April 5th. And there are no odors confirmed as trash odors but after 9 a.m. before April 5th, right?
I don't see any.
Yeah, there's only a confirmed trash odor on April 5th, which came in at 7:14 a.m. You see that? That's line 25.
Are you talking about April 20th? Line number 90?
Oh, that came in at 1:29 p.m., right?
Correct, yeah, that's after the landfill started receiving trash.
Right, right. So I intended to really address morning odors. So looking at odors that were reported and confirmed as trash odors after 9 a.m., putting aside the April 5th date, there's only one confirmed trash odors for the entire month, and that's April 25th, and the complaint came in at 10:03 a.m.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Board members. Ms. Prusa?
Just have a few questions. Just to be clear, so on Exhibit 50, the line chart, the red line chart on the very top, that dotted line and the representation of 2017, that's really not very representative, correct? Because
It's not, it shows you what it is year to date, but it's not going to show you what the, whether there's any statistical significance to this curve, whether it's really going to go up or down until you get to the end of the year.
Right, because wouldn't that assume, for it to go down like that, it would assume no more complaints for the rest of the year? Is that
Well,
correct?
no, this is only representing, what we've gotten year to date. We're not projecting anything into the future.
But all the other ones that we see, are those all year-to-date for?
No, those are for the complete year.
Right, so to show this precipitous drop to 845 assumes that there are no other for the,
Yeah, I don't think we're assuming anything. What we're doing is, so for instance, in 2016, where you see 1,559,
Right.
that's January 1st through December 31st, and those are the number of complaints received in that time frame.
the entire year.
Right, and this chart shows you for 2017, the number of complaints received so far beginning January 1st, 2017 through April 30th, 2017. So
I understand that. So by the end of the year, if this chart were to be showing this same drop and the same level of the line going down, you would have to remain at 845 for the entire year. So it assumes, if this were how it looks at the end of the year, it assumes there'll be no more complaints made from now till the end of the year.
we don't look at it that way, but I won't disagree with your
Well,
statement.
just because we're looking at this, and of course, naturally, as humans, we're going to look at this and say, wow, well, everything looks so much better this year, but it's like apples to oranges a little bit between 2016 and all the previous years and 2017, because it's not a full year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to have that very clear. And then one other question regarding the odor complaints log for April, that same number 50. Just to confirm, if you can answer this, I know you're not the inspector who goes out, but just as we've heard the testimony and we understand the nature of when inspectors go out and the nature of odors, oftentimes the inspector is going out much later than the time that the odor is reported. Is that correct?
That may happen, yes.
Okay, so then an odor that may have been there may not be confirmed.
Yes.
Because it is no longer there and has dissipated.
That's correct.
Okay, just to be clear about that. So the April 5th NOV, oh, I see. So that corresponds to morning hours, and they were mostly, as we were looking here, actually it seems evenly dispersed between what's shown to be landfill gas odors and trash odors. Does that make sense to you?
It does. What I would point out is that there was a complaint reported at 7:50 a.m. I don't know exactly when Inspector Israel was able to investigate that. When you get this many, it takes a while to get around to everybody. But what Inspector Israel, I believe, verified there was a trash odor. But the rest of these that are trash are after 9 a.m.
Okay.
And the ones that were verified earlier, the preponderance of those were listed as landfill gas. And I think beyond that, Inspector Israel would be better able to provide accurate testimony as to the details of that.
And is there currently, to your knowledge, monitoring going on at the Van Gogh Elementary School?
Monitoring.
There are patrols or anyone there generally between certain hours?
Odor patrol, I would rather Inspector Israel answer that because he actually interacts.
He's going to be here. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Berg?
Done? Okay. And this may be someplace else in another exhibit. Do you have an exhibit? Is there an exhibit that shows the complaints confirmed as opposed to just confirmed and unconfirmed that are alleged, like in Exhibit 50?
On this chart, where it says code, if there is something other than a none or an NFR
Right.
there, an LG, that indicates it was confirmed, and it tells you what the inspector determined that odor to
Okay.
be.
Oh, well, I was looking more at the exhibit that has all of the complaints from 1995 to present. And I couldn't remember if we had an exhibit that had confirmed.
We do not.
First, there is none. Okay, so I'd have to do that in my head.
Putting the code in is something that didn't go back that far. That was something that
Okay.
started a few years back, and I don't remember exactly when it was, but it was an attempt to try to identify what is it that is being detected, and that was done with the intent of trying to assist in finding a solution.
Okay. So is there any way for me then to compare the information in this particular chart that has April 1 through April 30th to a time prior to March 20th? Is there,
Well, those reports were on the website
They're on
now for
the-
a number of years, were somewhat in this format, but in
Okay.
terms of an exhibit here today,
but we don't have an exhibit?
No, I don't
That's
believe
just-
so.
Okay, because I would like to be able to compare the difference in those two things. Okay. And did you say you knew of the reason that the NOV was issued on April 5th?
It was issued because the sufficient number of complaints were verified for us to, for our criteria for issuing a violation for public nuisance.
I guess I mean as it relates to a specific incident or just?
Oh, I'm sorry, no, I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bird, I think I said we would explain that in our case.
I heard that, but I just thought he might know too.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
Mr. Anderson, I have just one question on Exhibit 50. Looking at the table that is the last table, odor complaints reported to AQMD alleging SCL. On the second page at the bottom on the right-hand corner, there's some numbers. It says total 1150.1 NOVs issued, 8. Then total are 1150.1 NOVs issued. What's the difference?
I'm not sure that there is one, sir. That may be a typo, and I'll have to take an action item to go and explore that with our staff specialist.
Okay, thank you. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the very last page of Exhibit 50, complaints for April is 117 complaints, 1 NOV.
Yes, sir.
On your chart here, are all those complaints represented for April? 117?
I'm sorry, the chart, are you referring to the red line chart, sir, or are you referring to the table?
This printout,
This printout?
the table, right.
Okay, and the question is, are all the complaints for April represented in there?
117, are they
Yes,
represented there?
yes, sir, yes.
Okay, fine. My next question, and then, what does the NFR represent?
No field response means that an inspector was unable to be dispatched in a timely fashion, so any follow-up that would have been done may have been done at a later time, either by an in-person visit or by a phone call.
How many such designation on this chart do you have, rough, approximately? There's a lot of them.
There's a lot of them on this month, and there are a lot of them that are after hours, and some of that corresponds with the fact that Inspector Israel was away from the office for, I think, about a week. And Inspector Israel is very diligent and willing to respond after hours and lives close. And the standby supervisor was unable to find another inspector to go out that late at night to investigate those complaints.
Thank you, sir. So you here testifying today cannot say that it was a land gas or trash for non-response?
Well, for no field response,
field
we
response.
can't say that we know either way.
Yeah, that's correct. Number one. Number two, there were some holidays in there. Religious, where the schools are closed, or maybe you're aware of that, I'm not sure. And that's reflective also, or should be. Not in your report, but with the understanding that if complaints are not coming in from the school because they were not there.
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
Ms. Brissette?
Sustained, sorry, I was looking for the word. What we have is the complaint log, and everything that you're saying is not actually in evidence. So you can mention it during deliberation, but there is no evidence.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Prusek. I'll mention it again during deliberations. But the argument will be made, I'm sure, that trash odor has been weighed, is not sufficient to maintain the current operating times that's been stipulated. So therefore, how do you feel about requiring a statement specifying why there's no field response, and then it could have been trash, it could have been gas? That should be some kind of a footnote. Would you think so?
Senator, I'd like to object to the question because another possibility is there'd be no odor at all.
Or then include that as well. No odor at all, but it's got, if someone complained about it, then they complain. These are complaints I'm referring to.
Ms. Brissette?
I think the document speaks for itself, and we can draw whatever inferences we'd like from it, but it is what it is, and there is nothing more that can be stated about it.
Well, I think that a footnote could be added to this chart that when there's no field response, then they can't designate whether it was gas or trash as a footnote. That's what they put it down in footnotes.
But all I'm saying is that is the obvious inference from NFR.
It's not obvious to me. If the district is the one presenting this chart, the district should be specifying that would be a fact. Otherwise, it should not be left to people to draw their own conclusion, and you're not doing that because you are putting other footnotes in here.
Do you have a question, sir? Senator.
Any reason why the footnotes are there? Would you be inclined to include it next time?
I'm sorry. This was how our management directed this to be put together. I can tell you that extraction of certain pieces of information is easy, others is nearly impossible. It would require someone to actually literally read the entire report in there. This is probably the best we can do in terms of adding a footnote that states no field response. There's no way to know what, if any, odor was there. I can ask our management if that is something we could put in, but I think that kind of is implied there by no field response. We don't really know.
It's more effective. Let me just say this. I have no problem with no odor at all. No odors by gas or could be by trash, or no odor at all. And it should be presented in addition to the footnotes you have here. Maybe you should talk to management about that.
Yes, sir.
Here again, we're telling the district how to do its job.
Well, I just did.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Good day.
I would just ask that Exhibits 50 and 52 be admitted in evidence, please.
Mr. Rowan, any objection to 50 and 52 being admitted in evidence?
No objection.
Exhibits 50 and 52 are in evidence. Mr. Sanchez, your next witness.
Chairman, the district would request 5 minutes off the record. We'll be bringing Eugene Sang up as our next witness.
We're off the record.
Madam Clerk, the panoramic will be the first image we start with. Thank you.
We're back on the record. Mr. Sanchez or Ms. Manwaring, at about 11:45, the board will take a lunch recess. So when we approach that time, let me know when is a good breaking point.
What time is that, Mr. Chairman?
Approximately 11:45.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be doing direct to Mr. Sang this morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, board members. Mr. Sang, could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Eugene Tseng, E-U-G-E-N-E-T-S-E-N-G.
Did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
Since our hearing last March, has the district retained you as an expert consultant?
Yes.
Do you recall the date you executed that contract?
April,
Approximately.
April 11th.
In your opinion, are there any conflicts with your current role with the LEA and your role as a district expert witness, expert consultant?
No,
Why not?
because I'm retained as an independent consultant, so the opinion that I give is going to be independent no matter if it's working for the LEA or for the board here.
Are there also jurisdictional differences between the two agencies?
Yes,
And you're able to, without conflict, carry out your duties for both?
yes,
Thank you. You have testified in several of these hearings, but some you have not been present for. Is that correct?
yes,
Were you able to watch all of the hearings that you were not present here for?
yes, I have.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Singh, I'd like to direct your attention to what's on the screen there. Did you take the photograph that we're looking at?
Yes, I took both photographs.
Could you please, because it's difficult to read and I don't think we have it labeled here, what are the dates of each photograph?
The top photograph was taken on March 8th of this year, and the bottom photograph is April 21st of this year. And they were taken from the observation deck.
In this slide, are we able to see the new location of the working face to compare it to the distance between the old and the new?
Yes,
Could you help us by pointing that out?
the cursor on the top picture shows the working face on the upper right-hand side. That's the working face that was operating in March, and that is near the entrance of the landfill.
Excuse me, Senator has come.
Mr. Chairman, which one are we looking at?
The screen, sir.
I know, but is this not, do we have any?
The chairman's question is that in Exhibit 53?
No, sir, we haven't started Exhibit 53, which will be the PowerPoint. Thank you.
What are you starting then that I need to look at?
We're starting with the testimony of the witness.
Well, what about the photographs? Are they available?
They're on the screen.
Senator, we'll make copies available for the board and the public at the lunch break.
Every time you present, you say, and you don't have to document, we'll do it after lunch, Be nice to have it in advance.
Sir, this is a demonstrative exhibit that we're referencing. We're talking about what you can visually see right now. So, Mr. Singh, with that, can we see the difference in the working face locations?
Yes. So in the March photograph, where the cursor is in the upper right, that is the working face that was operating in March. And this is where the cell without the 9 inches of compacted soil, this is the cell that is totally using the alternative daily cover. And this is near the entrance of the landfill. And if you look down at the April photograph, you notice that on the 21st, it was not even, the operating face is not there, but it has moved to the new cell, which is much further away from the entrance to the landfill, and it's actually much lower down in this area here.
We're going to stop because it looks like Ms. Prusak has a clarification.
Can you just orient us to where the direction of where the community is?
It's behind me. So I'm looking
this.
north. I'm facing north taking the picture, so the
So it's
community
this
is
way?
behind me.
Okay.
Yes. So to the right would be east, and to the left would be west. And this point right around the center of the picture, that is due north by compass. Excuse me?
You said by compass. Did you use a compass when you're taking the photograph?
Yeah, I've actually used a compass to identify due north many years ago, and I calibrate it at least once a year. Yeah, and I'm shooting from the same spot basically every single month.
You may proceed, Ms. Manwaring.
All right. Repeating, the top photo is March 8th. The bottom photo is April 21st of this year. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. What else are the significant differences that are depicted in this photograph,
Okay.
comparing the two dates?
Besides the location of the working face, you will notice that in the center of the picture in the little area that I'm kind of circling up in the March photo, that is where the posi shell has gone in, according to the local enforcement agency's pilot program. And then this area that I'm circling now up north on top, and then to the right here, that is additional 12 inches of compacted dirt on top of the already existing intermediate cover.
And Mr. Singh, you actually have photographs with outlines depicting this later in the presentation.
Later, yes. This is just provide some context.
Summarizing the changes, is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then you can see a month later, this white area is new posi shell being put on, and most of this right here is actually put on top of the additional 12 inches of compacted dirt that's shown above. And you'll see this little dark spot up here. That is the fresh posi shell being put on that day, so it's still wet. That's why you have the darker color. The whiter color is the posi shell that's already been dried.
Okay. Moving on.
Okay.
We have heard lots of testimony throughout the proceedings and even this morning about differentiating between landfill gas and fresh trash odors. Can you please remind us, is it fair to assume that smelling fresh trash odors must mean there is fresh trash present?
I'm going to try to explain that. Normally, when we say there's fresh trash, we think there's an open working face and we smell fresh trash. That's what we typically assume.
May I interrupt there? Would you also assume that fresh trash being transported into the facility could also be a source of fresh trash odor?
Yes. And the other source of fresh trash odors is it is actually possible that when the landfill is closed and there's no trucks going in and there's no operations going on, that you can get fresh trash odors because the landfill gas, as it blows through the cover, it actually can carry some of the fresh trash odors with it. So you'll see in the odor complaints in the past, you have fresh trash odor complaints when the landfill is not even operating. So that is a also identified source of fresh trash odors.
Is there the same complication or challenge when it's landfill gas odors being reported?
Could you ask that question again?
Well, if sometimes we can smell fresh trash even if fresh trash is not present, would you say the same challenge exists when assessing landfill gas odors?
Yes, to a large extent.
Okay, I've heard the term gas in versus gas out. Are you familiar with that phrase in this industry?
Yes.
All right. And what does it refer to?
Well, it means that to have a properly operating landfill gas system, you're trying to extract as much gas or capture as much of the landfill gas as generated. You're trying to bring it into the extraction well.
And so gas out would be a system not as effective or not as efficient?
You're trying to maximize the amount going into the well without drawing oxygen into the landfill. So gas out means if you're not drawing in enough landfill gas, or if your system is incapable of doing it, as it has been hampered by the addition of the compacted dirt, then the landfill gas does not go in, so it has to go somewhere when the pressure builds up, so we refer to that as gas out.
Okay. Gas in is indicative of a properly functioning system. Gas out indicates less efficiency in the system.
Generally.
Okay, thank you for accepting my layman's interpretation. Would you agree that part of the problem throughout this process has been too much gas was going out and not being pulled into the system?
Yes.
And are the recommendations and measures imposed by this abatement order, are they designed to improve the efficiency and pull gas in?
Yes.
All right, and you've got some slides later on in your presentation to demonstrate this a little bit more clearly, is that right?
Yes.
All right, since implementation of this order, would you agree that there are increases in efficiency? Would you agree more gas is going in than previously.
Yes, I would agree.
All right, and do we know this from data that we can collect?
Yes.
Could you give us some examples of the types of data that would be indicative of this?
We have data that shows the monitoring of the surface emissions. We have data from how much gas is collected and how much water is being pumped.
Okay, now before we get into the specifics of the plan approvals that we're going to testify about with your PowerPoint, have those data
Chairman.
points,
Mr. Chair, I just must restate, what is looking at is charts and forms, information, reading from it, and it puts me, maybe not you, at a disadvantage that I can't reflect on it and follow him as he goes through the process.
Ms. Brusek.
So far, I think what Ms. Manwaring is asking is what is going to be presented by Mr. Tseng in a presentation that we will have access to, aside from the 2 photographs.
that's absolutely correct. And if there's some confusion by leaving this image up on the board, we could take the image down. There is a PowerPoint that will be demonstrative of his testimony.
There's a PowerPoint, we should have it. That's all.
As Ms. Prusek indicated, we're providing a general summary of the Mr. Tseng's findings and what we'll be testifying to. So shall we get on with that?
I think we need a little patience. You may proceed.
I believe the question I was about to ask is, have these individual data points that you've analyzed generally shown improvements?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, could we please have the PowerPoint on the screen? Oh, I'm sorry, that was a... Madam Clerk, I can get it.
This is Exhibit 53.
Mr. Tseng, this document was previously identified as Exhibit 53. Did you prepare this PowerPoint slideshow?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. And do you know if it's been made available to the public?
Well, it is now.
I'm sorry, do you know if it was made available? Strike that question. Mr. Tseng, were you asked to review a revised best management practice plan for the control and treatment of fresh trash odors?
Yes, I was.
All right. And is that required by condition 14 of the abatement order?
Yes.
All right. Based on your review of the submittal, did you recommend approval to the district?
Yes, I recommended approval to the district.
All right. And could you please describe what you based your recommendation on?
The proposal was consistent with best management practices previously identified by the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency. In addition, it incorporates the measures and is consistent with the recommendations of the Interagency Working Group, which is a number of other regulatory agencies. And lastly, the recommendations and the proposal is complements in the other programs that are already being implemented in terms of being a part of a best combination of practices.
All right. Shall we go on to the next slide?
Okay, so.
In your analysis of this submittal, what data did you obtain and analyze?
In assessing whether or not to recommend the approval, I looked at the mitigation measures that were proposed to address fresh trash odors. So there's a number of things we were looking for to try to get immediate relief and try to be the most effective. And it did recommend continued utilization of the alternative daily cover. The reason for using alternative daily cover, not only because it does away with the 9 inches of compacted soil, which then improves the gas collection because it promotes the drainage of the liquids. And there's no disagreement by anybody that improving the gas collection is the primary goal in trying to reduce the odors. Also, the plastic being put on at the end of the day, plastic is way less permeable than soil, so it really does trap or hold the fresh trash odor in at the end of the day. Secondly, the I think the most effective way to deal with fresh trash odors for exposed trash at the working phase really is working to put on odor neutralizer as fast as you can on the material that's deposited. So the proposed practice is actually to put a direct application of the deodorizer on the mobile equipment like a bulldozer that's actually spreading the trash. So as soon as the trash is dumped, when it's spreading, that deodorizer will be applied. So this is the fastest, and it's done consistently. The local enforcement agency independently reviewed this.
And did any other agency also independently review it?
Yes, the Regional Water Quality Control Board also independently reviewed this, and the local enforcement agency collaborated with them, and both gave approval for implementing this mitigation measure.
And that helped inform your recommendation to the district to approve this particular submittal?
Correct.
What are we looking at here?
Okay, this is a close-up of the working cell of the picture that was taken in April, and other mitigation measures were to put more misters at the working phase. So this picture, and the arrows show the misters that actually surrounds the working phase.
So I see 4 red arrows. Does that mean we can see 4 misters in this picture?
Yes, those are the location of the 4 misters.
And this would be the working phase when it was located?
On the day it was taken. And the location of the misting units changed with the fill location and the configuration, as well as the wind direction for that specific day.
And have you personally observed these systems being in different locations?
Yes.
And could you please, does this image help us understand your findings in your analysis?
Yes.
Could you please describe what we're looking at? Explain this to us.
Okay. In trying to mitigate the fresh trash odors, I also had mentioned that fresh trash could also be carried out by landfill gas blowing through the surface. So trying to improve the intermediate cover is a high priority item, and this is actually consistent with the recommendations of the interagency group and also with the Sunshine Canyon Local Enforcement Agency. So what I've tried to summarize here is basically to say that fresh trash can be carried by landfill gas emissions, and by putting in an enhanced intermediate cover, it will improve, and it has improved landfill gas collection, which then reduces fresh trash odors because the intermediate cover allows for increased vacuum of the landfill gas extraction well, which increases the radius of influence of the collection of the gas.
Let's stop at radius of influence. This is something that you've testified about before. Next image. What do you mean when you refer to radius of influence?
Okay, so this is the issue with the 9 inches of compacted soil, as we've heard this before, is that water gets perched and then the wells get flooded, and then you basically have no vacuum. It doesn't matter how much vacuum you apply because it's flooded. And until the water is removed, you basically have very little or no collection.
All right, and the difference depicted here?
Is that what happens with the perched water is you have the well not collecting the gas, so you have gas buildup. And basically, at a certain point, it's going to blow through the surface of the landfill. And this is where you get landfill gas odor. And I depicted here, you have the more recently buried trash on top and the older trash at the bottom. So it is just, as the landfill gas pressure blows through, it is possible to actually carry odorous materials from the fresh trash, and that's why sometimes in the evenings when the landfill is not operating, you actually can get some fresh trash odors.
So in the upper right-hand corner where it says fresh trash and LFG odors?
Yes.
This is an example of when you can smell fresh trash even though there's no fresh trash present.
Yes, no fresh trash exposed because there's no working phase.
Thank you for that clarification. Exposed fresh trash, again, would be the two examples you gave us, an open working phase and and what is the second example of?
Trash trucks.
I just didn't want to testify for you, sir. All right, next slide.
Okay. So there is a practical limit of how much vacuum you can apply to a well, and this shows the well being dewatered, but you can only apply so much vacuum because the limiting factor is you do not want oxygen to enter the landfill because you will start underground oxidation, which is basically underground fires.
So the theory was with enhanced or improved intermediate cover, we would improve the radius of influence.
Yes,
Has your analysis shown this to be happening?
yes,
And are you going to explain in more detail
yes,
how you came to that conclusion?
yes.
Okay.
In previous hearings that I monitored, there was a concern that by putting the, oh, you know what, I'm going to go back one. Oops. How do you go back?
Mr. Sanchez?
This shows the application of the intermediate cover enhancement on top. So you can actually have a greater vacuum. So you see the bigger radius of influence it can draw from a larger area. That's what I was trying to show here. And the difference between this and the previous slide is we have a more impermeable intermediate cover that allows for the higher vacuum to be applied without bringing in oxygen into the landfill.
An example of a more impermeable cover would have been the posi shell that was depicted
Yes.
in the first image.
Yes.
Thank you.
In previous hearings, I noted that there was a concern that with the application of the intermediate cover that's enhanced, that the gas may just migrate to the edge. And so as part of the monitoring and evaluation protocol that was jointly developed by the SCAQMD and the Sunshine Canyon Local Enforcement Agency, the edges of the posi shell are actually monitored as part of the evaluation process. And that's what I was trying to show here. Okay.
And by monitoring the edges of the shell, we would tell if gas was just blowing out the side? Is that the
Yes.
purpose of the monitoring?
And we're not finding that because we're able to have increased vacuum, which is actually shown by the increase in the volume of collected gas.
Okay, before we get on to the volume of collected gas and the increase, what are we looking at? This slide has depicted all exceedances over 500 ppm for all of 2015. This is meant to show us?
I'm trying to set some context for how we determined that the intermediate cover is actually improving the collection of the landfill gas and reducing the odors from landfill gas and the fresh trash odors that may be carried by landfill gas. So this slide has been shown previously. What is shown here is for the year of 2015, when the 9 inches of compacted soil was in place, and that's shown by the yellow. You will see the little blue spots. Those are all the watered-in wells. You will pretty much see that it's all within that compacted 9-inch soil cover area. And all the little colored dots in these areas, those are where individual exceedances of over 500 ppm of methane, parts per million of methane, was detected. And you can see they're just in clusters. And what this was done is the grid that you see on top is the surface monitoring grid that's assigned to those areas. So this next one basically shows that.
Let's stop there. And did Republic submit a proposed plan for how to prioritize and which grids to use?
Yes.
And what are we looking at in Republic's intermediate cover proposal?
Yes. So the Sunshine Canyon Local Enforcement Agency basically wanted to enhance the intermediate cover to minimize the amount of emissions. So the these grids that you see here in kind of the reddish color are these are the grids that have the most exceedances. So in the pilot program, we targeted those grids to have the posi shell and the additional dirt put on. So you've seen this before. Next. Okay. And you've seen this before, and that's, I guess, a two-dimensional representation, but we took those are the instantaneous exceedances. This is the concentration of methane average over the 50,000 square foot monitoring grid, and it's consistent. The average readings are consistent with the same locations where you're having the most point exceedances too. So this is just to demonstrate this consistency in that analysis. 2015. Yes, in 2015.
Okay. And how did the proposed ice enhancements
Okay.
serve to address these?
Okay. So the initial intermediate cover enhancement was only limited to a few number of grids. But during previous hearings, I had identified a whole number of grids, somewhere between 30 to 40, and it goes up and down month to month, that are problematic grids that are constantly always emitting higher levels of methane beyond the allowed limit. And these were identified. So that's what's circled here, at least for part of the landfill.
So the 30 to 40 most problematic grids are what's represented here.
Yes.
And the submitted proposal addressed that how?
Actually, at previous hearing, it was decided not to wait for the pilot plan to be fully rolled out and for the 6 months, but just to go ahead, if we can tell that it was actually working, to go ahead and immediately go ahead and apply the enhancement over as wide as area as possible, particularly targeting the 30 to 40 grids that were identified as the most critical ones that needed to be addressed. And they just were the ones that we had circled before. And if you notice the dark yellow, the problematic grids are all within what we call where the 9 inches of compacted soil was applied. Okay.
In this image, Republic proposed ice enhancements. There's several different types of coverage identified. Could we describe each, anywhere that's labeled up there that is a proposed cover, could you please describe that and identify it for us?
Okay. If you see here, see the word that says posi shell where my little cursor is? So this red crosshatch grid is those identified 30 to 40 grids consistently being problematic. So our test area is started, initially the pilot project was only a few grids here, but
Just to clarify, what we're looking at is proposed. In your testimony, could you please describe what has been done or what has been implemented?
okay.
And make sure the board understands the difference.
Yes. So a lot has been done way beyond the pilot program. And this shows what is currently being done now. So it's not just the initial pilot area, but you can see that posi shell has been expanded throughout part of the most critical areas. And then also this dark purple here, bright purple or magenta color here, this is closure turf. This is actually typically used for final cover. It's a very thick piece of plastic, kind of like what's called closure turf. It's like artificial grass, but with a very thick piece of plastic. So it's virtually impermeable. And then on top of here, they have a vegetative cover. But even underneath this, before the vegetative cover has gone on, you can see from the previous photos, the panoramas, they've already put 12 inches of compacted dirt over this.
So to be clear, there are some grids that are being treated with multiple covers.
Yes,
And some covers are applied more than once?
yes.
Thank you.
So just to show the progress, this is a picture I took from the same spot in February. And
When you say same spot, what are you referring to?
the observation deck where I take this photo every single, take a panorama every single month. And this is what I circled in blue and labeled posi shell. This is the initial posi shell that was identified as the critical grids. This is only about two monitoring grids.
Okay, before you go on, I just want to point out, there on the right-hand side of the photo, nothing has been applied?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you look at, can you see the cursor? So all this area here, this is just the existing intermediate cover, okay? And this is in the process of adding the additional 12 inches of dirt. So this is in February.
Okay, and the date of this picture, February 2017?
Yes.
Do you have a picture from the following month from the same location?
Okay. So this is March. So if you look at this, you'll see that in March, the cell hasn't moved here yet. The cell is still working faces over here. But you can see here's that initial posi shell. And it hasn't, the posi shell has not been expanded, but you can see the 12 inches of additional compacted soil has been placed on top of the existing intermediate cover. And you can see it on the right-hand side also, right?
So let's talk about what results we've obtained regarding
Okay.
emission monitoring.
Okay, so keep in mind that this picture was taken in March. And so in March, every month, Republic does surface emissions monitoring. And this is a picture of the monitoring. And every little yellow flag is a point where exceedances over 500 ppm was found. So, and these are then overlaid. These points are actually measured with a GPS device, so it's very accurate, and we can place it on top of the grid map to know exactly where it is.
Have we seen some improvements since the application of these covers?
Yes.
How do we know that?
The way I know it is because this is that 2015, which shows, see the clusters of all the exceedances.
Mr. Singh, I'm going to ask you to pause here for a minute
Okay.
because a new image is on the board and there's a lot of information going on there.
Okay.
So on the left, we're comparing the annual count in 2015,
Yes.
and more color is indicative of more exceedances greater than 500 parts per million
Yes.
of methane.
Yes.
Thank you.
So if you look at in the red, okay, those are the areas where the original pilot program for the intermediate cover was targeted, because those are the highest levels of emissions. You can see that's where all those little round colorful dots are. I mean, they're actually overlapping each other. And the black area was where 12 inches of additional soil was put on top of the intermediate cover. Remember, this is mid-March.
So between the image on the left and the image on the right, we've had application of posi shell, and we've had the additional 12 inches of soil.
Yes. So if you look on the right, you will see there's only one yellow flag here at a point within where the posi shell is. And then in the places where the 12 inches of soil was put, there's no instantaneous readings, at least for the data that I had for that month.
Okay. I'm going to challenge you a little bit on the lower red line. It looks to me like there might be some yellow in there. Is that just a way that the image is depicted? Are you
Yeah.
representing that no exceedance was detected in that grid?
Yeah, you see a little yellow in there, but that's the top of the flag. It's the bottom of the flag, that's the point.
Okay, so the yellow that seems to be under the Y08 is actually a flag from the grid below it.
Yes.
And so you're
So it's, yeah.
so the difference between the two images, how many exceedances occurred within these problematic grids in March of 2017?
Well, for the data that I had, I could only find one according to the visual picture. But the other thing that I did was I actually walked these grids, and it's pretty evident from the walk that I've been doing recently and from before is that I really can't smell very much above the intermediate cover and the posi shell.
So in addition to analyzing raw data, you also walked the grids?
Yes.
And it is your personal observation
Yes.
that the gas you smelled before and the gas you smell now has decreased?
Yes.
Thank you. Go on to the next slide. All right, this picture is from April 21st, 2017.
Yeah.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
Also from the observation deck?
Yes, this is just expanded or a blow up of that panorama. And so remember that those points and that data was from March, actually before I took the picture. But this is now April, and you see that the working face now has been moved to this new cell, which is much further away from the entrance. It has all the misters around it. And you notice that the posi shell, which was only this little area right here, has been expanded.
Are you comparing the darker area in the red outline to the lighter area in the larger black outline?
Not really. I'm trying to highlight the whitish area with the black outline is all the posi shell that's already been dried, and this is the new application, and so it's a little darker color, but it's still wet. But if you notice, this is actually on top of existing intermediate cover with another 12 inches of enhanced, 12 inches of the compacted dirt on top of the existing intermediate cover. So when I get the April data, I expect it to be much, much better because this area now has been covered over by posi shell.
And when you testified earlier that monitoring takes place around the edges of the cover?
Yes.
Could you help us understand where?
And so part of the protocol that was developed by the local enforcement agency and AQMD was that in the edges, we would leave like a 10-foot buffer that we would actually monitor to see if there's any emissions. So I'm really anxious to see the April monitoring data.
All right. In your previous testimony, in addition to reduction in 1150.1 exceedances, you also mentioned increased weekly flow rates and increased pump cycles would be indicative of greater efficiencies and improvements. Could you go on to the next slide?
Okay.
I want to really slow down here because there's a lot of information buried in this graph. First, could you please define what you mean by weekly flow rate?
Okay. It's weekly cycle count. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so.
If it makes more sense to describe the cycle count first,
Okay.
I defer to you.
Yeah, my English is really terrible here. If you look at the blue line.
I just want a definition.
Okay.
What is a flow rate? What is a pump cycle count?
So flow rate is in cubic feet per minute. So that's CFM here, okay?
The rate at which the gas is flowing through the gas collection system?
Yes, the rate of which the gas is being collected by the overall system.
Okay. And pump cycle count refers to the number of times a pump in a well?
Yes,
cycles?
every time a pump goes up and down, so that's one stroke collecting a certain amount of liquid. That's one cycle. So
Does each cycle collect the same amount of liquid?
it depends on the well, so it's never the.
Within a given well, is it fair to compare one count to the next count because it's the same amount of liquid?
Yeah, within a certain time frame.
Okay.
Okay, so if you look at the blue line, that's the count of the cycles. So you can see that the cycles have been increasing, which means that's the result of more pumps, more wells, and which basically it means more pumps are working, which means more water is being extracted, which means the landfill mass that has the purged water and the wells are being dewatered, which means now that the mass is more permeable, the landfill gases actually be able to flow to the landfill gas extraction wells. So you'll see correspondingly the red line, which is the measure of how much gas in volume, cubic feet per minute, is being collected. And if you can see, it's really taken a huge increase, which shows that with the intermediate cover going on in these areas.
Let me pause for a minute there, because along the horizontal axis, we actually have dates,
Yes.
and they might be difficult to read. So starting on the far right side, the very last date depicted in this graph is March 24th of 2017? Would you agree with that? 26th? I'm looking at it with a fresh copy and having trouble, which is why I'd like to identify these dates, so we all know what we're looking at.
This,
All right.
This is the data that I got on April 20th of this year. So on the far left is January 1st, 2016. And you can see this has been pretty consistent, but once, and you can follow the schedule of the wells being put in, the increased wells, because they have now, I think, 5 drill rigs on site and more pumps being put in. You can see significantly the increase in the amount of landfill gas being collected and more water being removed.
Okay, so what we're looking at here, the trend upward on both the blue line and the red line, in your opinion, is indicative of the measures and enhancements being effective?
Yes.
And was that in part formed your basis for recommending to the district approval of this submittal?
Yes.
Okay. Ready to talk about the revised odorous load management plan, another submittal that you were also asked to review? But Chairman, you had indicated 11:45 was a break time. We have 2 more plans to have testimony on. I'm not going to get through them in 5 minutes.
Let's then take our lunch recess at this point and reconvene at, say, 12:20.
I would just ask, Mr. Chairman, because we've kind of used the panoramas to blow out, does the board still want those pictures? I mean, they're just part of the, I can make the copies during lunch, I'd rather not, but if that's still the desire of the board, I'll use my lunchtime making copies.
I don't need them.
We actually have an alternative. We do actually have one of the large panoramics blown up, but it's, what is the date of this?
April 21st.
The April 21st panoramic is blown up massive by massive size, which we could leave out if anyone wants to look at it during the break.
Senator, would that suffice in lieu of the 8.5 by 11 hard copy?
Oh, no, absolutely not. This Mr. Sanchez
They'll
certainly
do
made
what you want. They've offered to do what you would like.
I like to have a part of my file.
Okay.
The rest of the board members don't need it.
No, just one board member. And in light of that, we'll reconvene at 12:30. We're back on the record. Ms. Manwaring?
Mr. Chairman?
Senator?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I want to take the opportunity to thank Mr. Sanchez for providing this photograph. He kept his word, and I do appreciate it very much. And if you want to take a look at it once in a while, let me know.
Thank you. That won't be necessary, but I appreciate. Ms. Manwaring?
Madam Clerk, could we have the, thank you. Mr. Sung, prior to the break, you were testifying about the basis for your recommendation for approval for the best management plan for control and treatment of fresh trash odors. Now I'd like to move on to the other two submittals that you reviewed. Did you review a revised odorous load management plan, the plan that was required by condition 15 of the abatement order?
Yes.
And what did your review consist of? What did you, as a result of that review, did you recommend to the district that they approve the submittal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what did you base your recommendation on?
Oops. The recommendation was based on the listing of the proposed measures, and the proposed measures were all consistent with the previous Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency recommendations and the recommendations of the interagency working group. The original document that Republic used to prepare this plan was actually based on best management practices research project that the Sunshine Canyon Local Enforcement Agency completed at the direction at their board of directors, and that was the basis. And so basically they adopted the best management practices, and the practices are all consistent and complements all the other combination of best practices. So basically a whole suite of mitigation measures designed to minimize the amount of odorous loads going to Sunshine Canyon. So it basically fell under operational practices, control processes and options, organics diversion, and increased monitoring, and good housekeeping practices. So the two pictures you see, the picture on the right is some of the Republic-owned and operated facilities do not have misting systems, so those systems are going to be put in place. But the main mitigation measure that is going forth is that for loads going to Sunshine, they're going to be installing technology to basically provide odor neutralizer on the loads before they leave their transfer station. Also, as part of the proposal is to really look at targeting organics. And I know this is part of another order number, but if you see here, this is at one of their transfer stations at Innovative Transfer Station. This is some of the bulk food loads that they get. So you can see there's a tremendous amount of organics that from the local waste shed. This is particularly from Vernon because of the lots of food processing. And look, just another picture. And to verify,
The photographs we just looked at, did you take those photographs?
no, I did not.
Were they provided to you?
Yes,
By who?
I asked for those photos from Republic,
Okay.
and then
And in your analysis, how did you verify that this organic waste that they were collecting, how did you verify that it did not end up at Sunshine Canyon Landfill?
I asked for examples of the weight tickets and the end destination. So these are just a photograph of some of the actual weight tickets showing that these materials ended up at the Pointy Hills Transfer Station Materials Recovery Facility. In addition, I also asked for the summary and also the spreadsheet of every load that left that was transloading the organics. Okay.
And your recommendation of the district was to approve, final approval?
Yes.
Okay. And did you review a third submittal on behalf of the district?
Yes, I did.
What was the third submittal?
It's for the approval of the assessment of the feasibility of installing physical barriers in our dust odor control structures. This is condition number 16.
And did you recommend a final approval or an interim approval on the submittal?
I recommended an interim approval,
And what did you base that recommendation on?
primarily because the physical barriers is a long-term project. It's not something that's done immediately. And it's subject to the approval of many, many other regulatory agencies. So it's going to take some time to implement. And also, as consistent with the SCAQMD approach and the approach used by the interagency regulatory agencies, we wanted to make sure that this is not what we call standalone mitigation measure, because there's a lot of things that can be done to enhance a physical barrier. And we wanted to be able to incorporate other best management practices with this physical barrier, and I will explain that.
In determining whether or not a physical barrier proposal is a good idea in moving forward, it's really important to understand how odors are transported. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you please describe what we're looking at here?
Okay, this is taken from a study that was commissioned by Republic to identify the odor transport paths. So there's two pathways where odors can leave the, two main primary pathways that the odors leave the landfill. One is over the ridge, which is in blue, and then the red is down by the entrance. And so the physical barriers consist of everything from building a physical mound to additional trees and other measures. And, oops, what happened?
Mr. Sanchez?
Okay, so in discussing the physical berm, this is the entrance of the facility. What you see in green is the proposed physical berm barrier. This is just a drawing, a conceptual drawing, so everything's preliminary. That's why that's why the approval was interim. And if we go to the
Let me pause there. What would you anticipate the time frame for constructing a berm like this would be?
probably 3 to 4 years, maybe even longer. So just to give some context to where it is, this is the flyover of the landfill. And let's see, if you see the cursor on the right, if it's going right to where the entrance is, so that's where the berm is, and that main path, that roadway out is actually in the valley of a canyon, so that's an older path. And so this is a close-up of that, which you see here in the light brown. That's the sedimentation, and the main entrance road is next to it. And this is from an older drawing that I had, which shows in outline in red at the entrance, superimposed on the aerial, where the berm would be and the access road that would go up.
So let's pause there. Go back one slide. Would you say the red area is encircling the access road? Is that what we're looking
Yes.
at there? Thank you.
And so this is a just a conceptual cross-section. So I'm pointing to this area on the right, on the upper graph, that kind of shows the elevation of this berm that's going to be put in place. And so I transferred that to the aerial, and that and by doing this, I can actually estimate the elevation change from existing grade to how high that berm is. And it's going to be somewhere between 60 to 80 feet, at least at this conceptual level.
Is that, will anything be planted on the berm ultimately?
Yes. And so the way this is depicted is basically just a berm with a road on it. And so the other additional practices I want to see that can be part of this berm would be additional trees, landscaping to basically create additional height and wind barrier, and also to basically hide the traffic from the visually from the neighborhood and the freeway, and then also have misters along this roadway as part of the physical berm, and that's not in this description. That's why the interim approval. The next slide shows that drawing again what conceptually that berm could look like. What I tried to do here is take a picture from across the freeway And in the yellow, kind of outline the top of grade of the road that would be going in. So you can see it's actually around 60 to 80 feet from the entrance from the to the landfill here. Okay, and that's it.
Mr. Singh, you were in the audience when John Anderson was testifying, is that correct?
Yes,
Did you hear him refer to a memo from you, an approval memo?
yes,
Okay. Did you draft a memo with your recommendations to the district?
yes,
And that, as far as you know, is what Mr. Anderson was referring to?
yes.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness. I'd ask that Exhibit 52, which is the approval letters, and Exhibit 53, which is Mr. Singh's PowerPoint presentation, be admitted into evidence.
No objection, Mr. Chairman.
Only 53, then. I understand 52 is already admitted.
Exhibit 53 is in evidence. Mr. Bruin, questions for Mr. Singh?
Yes, just a few, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Singh, or Dr. Singh, excuse me.
Eugene is fine.
Well, you have a JD, so
Okay.
that counts.
Okay, Dr. Bruin.
So let's talk about the phenomenon that you described where landfill gas puts pressure on the beneath an intermediate cover, breaks through that cover, and carries with it odors from waste that's been recently deposited below that intermediate cover, so that someone perceiving that odor downwind might think they're smelling fresh trash, and perhaps in a sense they are, but the transport mechanism for that fresh trash odor is not from the working face or disposal operations, but rather from this breakout of landfill gas. Is that right?
Correct.
So, and I believe you said that phenomenon can occur in the evenings when people might smell or think they're smelling fresh trash odors, even though there are no disposal operations underway?
Yes,
Same thing can happen in the morning.
yes.
So the way to solve that problem is not to move the hours of disposal operations from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., but rather to improve the gas collection system and the intermediate cover in those areas where those breakouts might occur?
That's one, yes, that's one approach.
Yes. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Tsang, I'm looking at Exhibit 53, and these are not numbered, but in the portion, the first portion, on the approval of the proposal for additional best practices, you provided us a graph on the average weekly flow rate and weekly total pump cycle count as of April 20th this year. On the blue line is the pump cycle count. Could this just as well be, or let me ask it a different way. This is a good indication, is this a good indication of the rate of water extraction?
I would say it is an indicator. Yes,
Okay.
I don't know how good it is or how to evaluate that good because I don't have anything to compare it against other than the fact that there's more cycles and there's more gas.
Okay. Regarding the berm on that the one that's been approved as interim approval, that's going to change things. That's not going to stop the wind. It's going to change how it behaves and how it carries the odors. To what extent has that been analyzed? The effect, the consequence of the berm being installed?
I have not done any detailed analysis in like percentage of wind change or anything like that. But generally, when you create a physical barrier to divert a flow, it disperses odors and it gives you opportunity to dilute and to treat and to basically neutralize. So that's what a berm is looked at. It's not just for the physical barrier, but it gives you additional opportunities to implement additional mitigation measures.
So the areas that are impacted by the odor, that will change, will it not?
It's going to impact the way it flows out of the landfill. Is that what you're asking? Yes, it will change the path because it's going to create an upward lift based on the current topography.
So will that impact areas that were previously lesser impacted?
No, because as it goes through that valley, it concentrates at the entrance because it narrows down from a wide area to a narrow area, so everything's concentrated there. So by creating this physical barrier, it actually forces an upward movement and dilution, so it actually will lessen the impact outside.
Are you saying that by going through the narrow opening, it concentrates the odor?
Well, it concentrates the flow. So it typically, when you force a volume of air through a narrower location, it picks up speed in order. But that's just that's just fluid dynamics. It just goes through and it picks up speed. So by picking up the speed as it's going out, and you have the additional opportunity to create dispersion that will dilute what's coming out. I'm not explaining myself real well.
So it's, as a result of the berm, it's now going through a narrower area?
No.
Okay.
If the berm is not there, it just flows out through the road. What the berm does is it puts a physical barrier right in the place where it goes out. So it can't go out directly, it has to go over it. And as it goes over it, you have a chance to dilute it. Because remember, part of the meteorology is odor hugs the ground at certain times of the day. So by creating the berm, you actually get it away from the bottom. You actually forcing it up, and then you have a chance to dilute it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Bird?
Dr. Singh, one of the questions, and I don't know if I got the wording correct just now, the attorney for Republic said that the better gas collection is what will allow for less odor when we're talking about going through the other trash. And you specifically said that's one approach.
Yes.
And I just wanted to get back to what you might mean, or if there's something implied in that maybe this is not the preferred approach.
No, the absolute preferred primary approach to controlling landfill gas odors in this situation is you have to have a good landfill gas collection system because we know it's impaired, especially in the areas of the 9 inches of compacted soil. So improving the landfill gas collection system is number one, but there's also other measures like the intermediate cover that helps improve the landfill gas collection system. That use of the ADC that promotes the drainage and increases the gas collection, right?
Okay, I just wanted to be sure that there wasn't something else that had come up that we hadn't heard. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Bruzak?
First question I had is, I'm understanding that one source of what people perceive to be fresh trash odors could be carried on landfill gas as it goes through the fresh trash and breaks through. That's correct. But the question is, just because that's one method of smelling fresh trash odor, that doesn't preclude the fact that, in fact, people in the community could also be smelling fresh trash odors. I just want to.
Correct.
That's
Yes.
obvious, but I just
Yes.
wanted to, be clear on that. When you first put up those pictures, which the senator was treated, the moving of the working face, did that change? Where I can ask for public, but I'm wondering if you know, is that the original place that it was supposed to be moved to?
Yes, from where my cursor is, That's where this ADC cell is, where there's no 9 inches of dirt.
Okay.
So that's up, this is March, so April, down here, it's moved to here. So if you notice in the March photograph in the same location, you can see that there's no trash trucks or no trash being disposed there. And you can see the gabions that they were putting in. So you can see by April here, you can see those gabions are already covered by the 21st.
The question I have is, my understanding, based on all the testimony since these hearings began, was that the working face was going to be moved further from the community and thus have an impact on the odors that they would be experiencing. Can you explain, it doesn't look like, based on the fact that this is the community out here, or you are the community on your perspective, how did the movement of that working face, if at all, help?
Okay, so you see the working face up here? Mm-hmm. Okay, that's right next to the entrance. So it's a very short path, and it's higher up than the entrance. So this is going right out onto the San Fernando Road. So that's the very short. So this is way back into the center of the landfill, and this is way below the working face here in March.
Okay, now, this is, I don't know what page that is, but you show the two odor transport paths. One seems to go out the entranceway, but the
Yes.
one towards the community doesn't. It goes a different way. So does the movement of the working face help with perception of odors in this area of the community, where the school is, and?
Yes, it should, because it's actually, I think it's a shorter path from this entrance right over here. Then this is a much longer. This is, I think, the centroid of the landfill. So this path is actually a longer path than this path going out to the community. Can you see that? Because we're very close to the entrance for the original one in March, the working face.
Okay, I still don't understand. But in your opinion, the moving of the working face somehow reduced odors, or should have?
Well, it should have, because it's much further back in. So if any odors are going to go out the entrance, it's going out much further way out, and plus the fact that it's way below the working face where it was located in February and March.
Okay.
You can see that from the panoramics.
Okay. So I see that it's affecting what goes out the entrance, but not the other path. Is that okay? But other than that, it's lower.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the pictures are very misleading because the working faces are not parallel.
Okay. Okay, I want to have a better understanding of what intermediate cover enhancements are occurring versus what would be necessary to avoid any kind of exceedances in terms of, any kind of nuisance exceedances as concerns landfill gas. So the first question I would ask is, I looked in my notes from the last hearing, and I believe based on one of our public's witnesses, he had testified that 100 grids were being covered by one or another type of intermediate enhancement. Does that sound correct to you?
Yeah, I think it's 115 or something like that.
And that's what we're seeing in this?
Yes.
And some of them overlap?
Yes.
Okay. And the schedule that is on page 3 at the very bottom, is that the schedule for what we see in this picture?
Yes, I think that's the one that you put in the minute order.
Can you explain, okay, my understanding of your testimony from earlier on was that, and tell me how I'm wrong, but I recollected, and perhaps I recollected wrong, that it was your opinion that, first of all, intermediate cover was very important for landfill gas. Okay, that I know you still stand by that. But my understanding was that you thought the entire landfill intermediate cover should be enhanced to, because the system wasn't working properly. Am I wrong, and how am I wrong on that?
Yeah, I think you're wrong on that.
Okay,
The places where we have the most exceedances is where the 9 inches of compacted soil was
Right.
put in. There's a huge portion of the landfill, the city portion, which is already closed north and south. There is no emissions issues there. So, and that's intermediate cover, and some parts are final cover. So there's no need to put additional cover on those because we haven't had any issues for many, many years. So, so what you see here is the focus on the critical areas where the 9 inches of soil was applied and where we're getting consistent high readings. That's why it's not the whole landfill or all the intermediate cover. It's only in the areas that need to be, basically, it's a remedial action, basically, what we're trying to do.
now I understand what you presented in terms of increasing the radius of influence, increasing the vacuum by covering certain areas with posi shell or whatever other enhanced cover. But I am still stuck on your testimony from earlier hearings about the possible migration of that gas and seeking the path of least resistance. Now, let me just, I understand that you were, I want to understand a little bit better what monitoring has been done to ensure that that's not happening, and is it, I'll come back, I know this is compound, but I just want to get this all out here so you understand the totality of what I want to understand. And why is it that just around this enhanced area would be the only place that it would then migrate to? Because in the past, we've heard, or we've seen pictures and heard testimonies about these leachate seeps that happen somewhere else. So I want to understand, is it sufficient to be monitoring just around the enhanced area, and how much of that has been done so that we know that this is effective?
First of all, monitoring takes place over all the grids that aren't active or not too dangerous to be walking on. So, when you say path of least resistance, where the leachate was coming out and where the gases are coming out, especially when you refer to path of least resistance, I had discussed that in the area where the 9 inches of soil was put in, the path of least resistance is the side slopes, because you cannot compact the side slopes to the degree of compaction as necessary to be on where you have a horizontal, basically no slope.
Okay, so that way, just so I understand, so that side slopes is still within that 9-inch soil area? Okay.
So if you look at this drawing here, so you'll see the purple area and this cross-hatched area that we identified and that you included in the minute order to be upgraded. This is all the slide slope area. These are the areas where the side slopes are, where the path of least resistance is, where we saw the leachate slopes, leachate seeps coming out, and this is where we had the highest readings, where all those colored dots were. So it is the path of least resistance. That's why those are targeted for the intermediate cover enhancement.
That's very helpful, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, that was answered. Okay, the best management practices plan. How many of them, are there new measures in that plan that either previously have not been adopted at the site or are not part of the stipulated order?
I think pretty much everything is in your stipulated order, but these recommendations went all the way back to 2012. Yeah.
So they're in the order because they were already being considered
Yes.
as best management
and
practices,
recommended.
and now they're in.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. On the first page of this, I just want to be clear on this. The direct application of deodorizer.
Yes.
is that a misstatement of the word? Because up until now, we've been hearing it discussed as neutralizer, and I understand that they are two very different things. Am I right about that, and which one is in the best management plan?
I think I'm kind of using it as a both,
Both.
as a neutralizer or deodorizer, whatever is going to work better.
Okay, so it's not required that it's neutralizing, that, because that's what we had received
Yeah.
testimony on earlier, and there's, again, a distinction, because deodorizers might give off something that it is
No, that's
possibly equally offensive as opposed to counteracting.
I think you're referring to a masking agent. That's different than a deodorizer or neutralizer.
Good.
Yeah. So I'm using the word deodorant as a like neutralizer. It's not a masking agent.
Okay.
Yes.
So even though you're interchanging the two, they mean the same thing to you?
Yes.
Okay. Is it concerning to you that there was still even any exceedances of methane out of a grid that has polyshell on it? I'm trying to find the,
Can you say that again, please?
okay. You showed us this one. I don't know what page that is. And it was
Yes.
March 2017.
Yes.
And there's an exceedance in an area that was, I think it's, you said it was posi shell.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Is that concerning, and why might that happen?
it's actually in a location of a well, and the well goes through the polyshell. So as the landfill settles, where you have wells are traditionally areas that gas can come out. So, and there's lots of wells there. And
Okay.
this is only my first cut at the analysis. I only recently got this data, so this is just purely visual on what those grids are. And I actually plan to walk those within the next month.
Okay. And it's hard for, I'm trying to understand, so it's hard to really compare these two, because one is annual, right, and the other is
Yes.
just a single month?
Yes.
So it's really just to show that there was only one
Yes.
in that month? Okay.
And what was important is in the area where they have the 12 inches of soil, there's none, and on top of that, that area is now posi shelled.
Okay. Okay. I think that's it. Let me see if I have any other. Nope, that was it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator?
There's a following question about gas migrating through the Ponce shell. I was under the impression that the Ponce shell will seal it off. Now you're saying it migrates and therefore it escapes to the atmosphere. Is that what you're saying, yes or no?
No, I'm saying by where the wells, the landfill gas extraction wells come through the posi shell, as the landfill settles, it's not always perfect. So there is gas sometimes coming out next to the landfill gas extraction well.
Right, it comes
Yes.
out. And when it comes out, where does it go?
It goes into the
Migrating to what?
atmosphere. Yes.
In the atmosphere, right.
Yes.
Well, you got to tell us the whole truth.
Well, that's what's shown there, that you
I
do have a
understand,
spot.
but explain it. Number one. Number two is that you were employed by the district on a contract, is that correct?
Now, yes,
Yeah, on a contract as of this month,
yes,
okay. You represent the district previously before this board, is correct?
no.
You didn't speak to the district before this board?
No, I represented the Sunshine Canyon Local Enforcement Agency.
But you did speak to the board, this board before,
Yes, I have.
right? And based on my recollection, the information that you presented then is pretty much the same, up to about 99% of what you're presenting today,
No,
in my judgment, based on what I recall, you saying Ponce shell. In fact, I just gave you the Ponce shell back, because you talked about that. You showed photographs where it would be placed. And the same thing. Not too much different at all. Now, the next statement is you gather your information to make your report from the LEA, Sunshine Can, SCL, and LEA. And I just saw it here, unless I skipped over it. Oh, yeah. Transfer station odor mitigation. First bullet. SCL and LEA submitted initial report for review by Republic and the district. Were you part of that
Yes.
effort?
Yes.
And then the Republic submitted reviews of, they reviewed it and they submitted their opinion, I would imagine. And the Republic started the implementation of the key SCL and LEA recommendation. Republic did that.
Yes.
Okay. My concern is that if the respondent was issued an order of abatement to correct the problem, then why is it that government is doing it for them?
Objection argumentative.
Another argument about that is trying to find out why we're paying.
SEC is going to rule on the,
I have to admit I was reading something, so could you repeat the question?
My
And-
question is, the order of abatement required that the respondents correct the problem that's been identified by the district. And what I'm saying here then is the district is coming up with a recommendation after extensive investigation to say what the correction ought to be. That's not a conflict?
The abatement orders says that Republic is supposed to review the best management practices report that the local enforcement agency is putting together and then respond to that and prepare a proposal on which measures they would adopt. That's what the abatement order
That's
says.
in the abatement order?
Yes.
If that's in there, then
Yeah,
it's...
and then they had a certain time frame upon receipt of that report that they had to get back to the board and say, these are the ones we're going to go ahead and implement.
Okay, you also show examples about landfill gas emission to the surface. And you show a well here. That one. That one. See that well? All the gas escaping purely to the surface.
Yes.
And supposedly it's carrying trash gases. I think you said something like
Trash
that.
odors.
Trash odors. And the question was asked of you, the person who's make these complaints, are they complaining that they smell trash odor, or they smelling gas? You said, no, they can't be smelling trash. It's got to be gas because the gas is carrying it.
That's not what I said.
What did you say then?
I said it is possible to smell fresh trash odors that's carried by landfill gas.
Repeat that just to make sure. Would you say it again, please, sir?
You can smell fresh trash odors that are carried by landfill gas, because even when the trash is buried, at the end of the day, there's no trucks, everything's covered up. If landfill gas is emitted through the surface of the landfill, it can carry fresh trash odors as part of the landfill gas that's escaping.
Okay. But Mr. Anderson, you were here when you heard him testify, and he talked about no odor detected. That's NOR. No response. No field response. which therefore means that the person complaining that these are complaints and no field response, in their mind, based on their brain, they smell fresh trash odor at various times. So in those particular cases, you think that the landfill gas is transported in that situation?
Senator, I'm going to respectfully object to that. Mischaracterizes Mr. Anderson's testimony.
Let him, it does not.
I will sustain that, and here's why, because there's no field, if there was no one who showed up, then we don't know what was smelled actually by the complainant, according to that document.
I understand. But they were smelling something, that's what is a complaint. Would you agree to that? That's why the complaint was registered. We smell something, and we think it's trash odor.
We don't know what it is because
I'm saying, he was not verified. What I'm trying to say, there's always a variable there that could be a problem that we can't even identify here specifically. Now, on this well, where you have the gas escaping to the surface, and the gas allegedly is carrying some trash odor. That's what you're alleging that it does. And you have a well here. Is any part of the abatement order require them to replace wells and install new wells?
If I can just answer that, Senator, there is a district rule that's directly applicable to this. So what the conditions, and a lot of the conditions in the order, are to accelerate compliance with District Rule 1150.1. To bring us back to the beginning, we identified frequent exceedances, which are not a violation, throughout a landfill. It is taken into consideration, as Mr. Tseng testified, that there is shifting of the ground and gas can migrate or escape. The issue becomes whether there is basically a leak or an ongoing leak in certain areas of the landfill. So what we did is we identified where were we having frequent blips, and that's where we, for lack of a better analogy, where do we need to put that blanket over for those areas? He also testified where you sink a well, you're putting a hole into the surface. So to think that nothing's going to migrate through that hole is not realistic. And so that's what he testified, is that there may be leaks through that hole. But to answer your question, if there are frequent and ongoing exceedances, the rule requires that you mitigate them, and if it's ongoing, that you add additional wells. That's consistent with the rule, that's consistent with the fundamentals of landfilling, and this order takes into consideration what are all the areas we've had these frequent hits. That's what's demonstrated in the charts, and that's where we attacked those areas. Yes, there are still some blips for various reasons, one of which Mr. Tseng identified is that's where a hole was made into that surface to install a well.
Are you prepared to testify, or are you just making a statement, or that I continue to ask the witness?
I'd asked for judicial notice of District Rule 1150.1. It details everything I've just described.
I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at the report that you're submitting, which is proposed to fix the problem, to correct the problem expeditiously, as you stated. Okay, and that's what I'm referring to. Okay? Now, also in the abatement order, it does say how many wells that we anticipate to be installed, and the ones that are not working properly to be replaced. Is that part of the order? Who want to answer that, since you're speaking?
Could you ask the question again?
Yeah. In the order, it states how many new wells are to be installed, and old wells that are not operating efficiently to be replaced. It's in the order. Read it last night. Do you know?
Well, there is a schedule for
That's a schedule.
well replacement, yeah.
Right, now my question to you, since you are there every day practically, how many new wells have they so far installed?
Okay, on the minute order, it says install 150 new or replacement wells by July 31st.
That is correct. Okay, so those wells, why are they requiring that new wells be installed? Or do you know?
Well, it's to replace old wells, and in the new parts of the landfill where now the new cell is closed, where the only ADC is being used. That's now completed, so you do have to put wells in there.
Would you say that's for the purpose of having more efficiently operated landfill?
No, once a cell is completed, you do put wells to extract the gas. So that's part of the 150 new wells. That's part of the new wells.
And extract the gas in an efficient manner. Otherwise, you get this problem.
Well, in the new area, you won't have that problem because we don't have the 9 inches of dirt.
Well, I don't know that. Because if you hear Ponce, you still get the problem, as you're telling me. Well, you know, all I can say is that you're making a proposition here that things are going to work real well, and there's some flaws in the presentation as far as I see it.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Can I just have some redirect, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Mr. Sang, you know, throughout this process, we've tried to identify the best combination of practices. Are we currently at a stage in implementation of this order where things are complementing and working together to try to mitigate odors being generated at the landfill?
Yes.
And can you elaborate on why you think we're at that point?
Because the suite of practices or the mitigation measures that you've ordered are basically complementary to each other. That's why in looking at how to approve each of those proposals and stuff, it's not just looking at each one individually, it's looking at each one individually and how it interacts and complements all the other existing things that are going on. So this is really the first time I've seen truly what we call a holistic systems approach to all the different things that can fit together.
And I had asked Mr. Anderson previously if it was the district's position whether the problem's solved. What is your opinion on where we're at in resolving this problem for odors being generated from the landfill and causing nuisance to the nearby community?
Well, it's not solved. It's going to take a few years because of the damage that's already been done. But there's great steps being moving forward. You can see how much activity in terms of the coverage of the intermediate coverage has been put on already. And it's not just what we call a single application of dirt, but we have posi shell on top of dirt, and then in certain areas there's going to be a vegetative layer on top of that too. So it's these things all are cumulative in their impact to mitigating the odor issue.
Is it unreasonable that a landfill has fugitive emissions of landfill gas?
Could you ask that question
Sure.
again?
Is it unusual that a landfill has fugitive emissions of methane?
It's not unusual. Because,
go ahead.
Because all landfills have to operate under positive pressure, and I've made it pretty clear that you cannot collect all the gas because you will be sucking the oxygen into the landfill. So landfills are designed by nature during their operating life to be under positive pressure, but you keep that at an absolute minimal balance, and that's really the art of operating a landfill.
And you mentioned about the monthly measurement of emissions at the landfill. What is the point of that exercise pursuant to district requirements?
The purpose of surface emissions monitoring is to really look at the integrity of the cover of the landfill and to identify any areas that are substandard and that are giving off where more emissions are coming out, because that identifies a path of least resistance. And then by your rule, you have to repair it.
And I identified District Rule 1150.1 and the requirements in this order. Do the application of the intermediate cover and the other measures related to the gas collection efficiency, do they go beyond the district rules requirements?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Persaud.
This may be a difficult question to ask, so if you can't, that's fine. But in your opinion, we see that there are still quite a number of areas left to enhance the intermediate cover under the schedule. We know under the minute order as it was amended last time, we still have a few months till the end of August before all the 150 new and replacement wells are put in with their pumps and the neutralizer systems in place. Once all of that occurs, is it your opinion that these intermediate measures will have a significant impact on odors in the community?
I think it will have a significant impact.
Because it's somewhat concerning to still see even 117 complaints. Some of that, would you say, is a result of where we are in the intermediate measures?
I say we still have complaints because in my previous testimony, I had tried to show you the context of how much of the landfill since 2010 is actually damaged by that non-traditional practice of putting in the 9-inch soil. It's pretty much 90% of the mass that's been buried since 2010 is impacted. And so now we're going backwards and trying to fix that. So it's going to take some time. But this is a pretty accelerated schedule. There's just a lot of activity on the landfill.
But you said years before the problem's fixed. Does that mean that we won't, within the next few months or through the end of this year, see great improvement based on the intermediate?
No, I'm going to say we're going to see pretty significant improvements, primarily because it's the combination of the new wells with the intermediate cover that's helping create the greater vacuum. And then we're not doing the 9 inches anymore. We're doing all the alternative daily covers. That's all that new trash that's going in is, like I said, that's helping going up against the sides of the previously disposed area where they had that 9 inches. So it's going to create that mass is going to help alleviate some of the side slope issues.
Thank you.
Okay.
Senator.
Are you using 9-inch or 12-inch soil?
The order that was, the mandate that was put in by LA County Public Works was for a minimum of 9 inches for daily cover that's non-peelable. So that means it's left in place. But in order to get a discrete 9-inch, the average amount that's actually put on is somewhere around 13 inches. That's a lot of soil.
You say a lot of soil, you're saying it shouldn't happen or
Yes.
it should happen?
No, it should not happen as daily cover.
Then what should be then the daily cover?
The standard of the industry going as far back as the late 90s and early 2000s was not to use soil, but to use alternative daily cover. That was considered best management practices.
But the LEA is saying 12 inches.
No, it's not the LEA. It is the Los Angeles County Department of Public Works mandated that back in 2010.
Were they part of the LEA?
No, County Public Works is a separate regulatory agency.
So are you going to comply with what the county recommended or not? What is your proposal?
Well, back,
For 5 years, which stopped a year ago,
it stopped in October 2015.
their soil minimum of 9 inches was required by the county. That's since changed. There's also been a mention of 12 inches of soil, but that is as intermediate cover. That's not the same as daily cover. They're two separate and distinct things. Just to make it clear, if you're seeing it in the chart, that applies to areas as part of the enhanced intermediate cover project, 12 inches of soil. Right. It's applied once. It's not applied as part of daily cover. Daily cover has been used for over a year now, if not longer, of a film-like material with some soil applied over it each day.
What does it says here on 12 inches, February 7, 2017.
What page are you on?
Perhaps, Mr. Singh, if you could explain the difference between the daily cover and the intermediate cover.
Yes. Daily cover, daily cover is by law, at the end of every day, you have to cover the trash. The regulatory standard is 6 inches of dirt, but that, and then the industry practice is you peel that back, so you try to minimize the thickness of the dirt. That's the standard practice since the 50s and 60s. Intermediate cover is once you cover the trash, you're not going to go back to that area for at least 6 months, so it's longer than 180 days. And because you're not going to go back for a minimum of 6 months, you're going to have a little bit more protection. So the statutory minimum is 12 inches of dirt or some equivalent intermediate cover material. So intermediate cover and daily cover are two completely different things. On this slide that you see, when I say additional 12 inches, that refers to 12 inches of dirt on top of an intermediate cover. So now that minimum thickness in those areas is a minimum of 24 inches. And more likely in real life is around 30 inches of compacted dirt as intermediate cover. So when they go back in 6 months or a year or 2 years, they will be peeling that back, taking that soil, reclaiming that soil, and minimizing that cover and then putting trash on top of that.
Okay, so they removed the whole 30 inches.
Not the whole 30 inches, only most of it, because you do not want soil layers to create perching of water or liquids.
Do you recall the respondents stating previously at an earlier hearing that the county caused the problem because 9 inches should, do you recall? They said 9 inches is what they thought was good, and more, and that because they asked for 12 inches, it caused more of a problem. That's, you said your side said they want 9 inches. That's my recollection, which is pretty good.
I'm respectfully going to object to the question. I don't really understand it.
Previously, there was previous testimony.
Ms. Broussard?
I don't either. The previous testimony was just that the 9 inches was required and that perhaps more was placed on, as Dr. Tsang had just said, because it's hard to get exactly 9 inches, so on average 13 is what's applied. And that was daily cover, which no longer exists as a practice at the site. And what is being talked about here in intermediate cover, that's that long-standing, because it's not being used for 6 months or more. So that's a different practice altogether.
As been testified today, the 12 inches is what the county was recommending. Requirement prevail
No.
for intermediate covering. That's why you have it here.
That's not daily cover. That 12 inches
I
refers
know
to.
it's intermediate. Cover enhancement. That's what you presented to us.
That is not daily cover. That is.
I didn't say daily.
Okay.
So what is the question?
I asked the witness whether or not he recalled that in an earlier hearing, the respondent saying that this 12-inch caused them a lot of problem. They didn't want any more than 9 inches.
Well, in the past, I heard public say that the additional dirt without peel back caused a lot of problems.
You didn't hear him say that?
I did hear them say that.
I was trying to get to the point,
For daily cover, correct?
For daily cover.
but never for intermediate cover,
No.
which was not discussed at that particular time.
No.
All right, go ahead.
No, and in fact, as part of our modifications to the order for abatement, we required additional 12 inches be placed on the most offending areas of 20 of them, of grids, correct, to help the issue?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
No, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez or Ms. Manwaring, any other witnesses?
There's someone here from the LEA, but I think we've covered a lot of the areas. I was just going to provide testimony on what they've been observing operationally, but I think for what the focus is of the hearing today, I would just hold off unless the board has specific questions, but the district is willing to rest at this time.
Board have any specific questions? Thank you very much. Mr. Bruin? Senator?
I'd like to ask him a question. LEA.
The district would like to call Mr. Dave Thompson. Mr. Thompson, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is David Thompson, D-A-V-I-D, Thompson, T-H-O-M-P-S-O-N.
Did you take the oath?
Yes, I did.
Who is your current employer?
I am currently employed by the City of Los Angeles Department of Building and Safety.
And in that capacity, what is your current role?
I am the program manager for the City of Los Angeles Local Enforcement Agency, and I am also the program manager for the Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency.
And go ahead.
What she said.
What was your title?
LEA program manager. Department of Building Safety. Sorry, I can't hear either, so.
And what is the duration of that role in serving in that capacity for the LEA?
The Sunshine Canyon Landfill Local Enforcement Agency was created specifically for this landfill. It's a joint powers agreement between the City of Los Angeles and the County of Los Angeles. The work is jointly shared between the City LEA and the County LEA. Every other year, we switch off as to the program manager. So for odd calendar years, the City of Los Angeles takes the lead as program manager. In even calendar years, the program manager from the County LEA takes the lead. During the years where I'm not program manager, I'm in support of him, and when I am program manager, the county program manager supports me.
It's actually a female right now, isn't it?
No, actually, it's Maurice Pantoja.
Okay. I thought it was D, sorry.
No.
All right. No further questions. The senator had questions for you. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson, how you doing?
Doing good.
How long have you worked for the city?
25 years.
25 years?
Yes.
Oh, very good. Now, my question is this. In your 25 years, have you ever known the city council to take a position about an action they were going to take and did not take it?
A city council person proposing an action that never got followed through with?
That's right.
As a former city council person, you would know that that happens.
I'm not testifying today.
Okay.
No, if you ask me the question, I can only say to you that in the cases that the council responded to my motion, if it didn't happen, heads would roll. And you know that because you know me. Okay, so I didn't have that problem. Now, Mr. Englander, as been said, is going to encourage the council, and they may have taken action already, to roll back the amount of trash that the city will be dumping at Sunshine Canyon Landfill. Is that correct? Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of what the council office is doing.
That's already a motion in place.
Our role is just to do the enforcement of the solid waste statutes and regulations that are found in the Public Resources Code and in Title 27 of the California Code of Regulations. What the council office is doing through local legislation is outside of our jurisdiction, so I really don't know what's going on, and I don't feel comfortable trying to answer that question.
It's a directive to you and to LEA when the LA City Council or the Board of Supervisors say, here's the action that we're going to take henceforth. Then don't you take those guidelines and employ them in your operation?
Objection asked and answered. I think he responded that his authority and jurisdiction rest with state statute requirements. I believe they're serving in the role of Cal Recycle, which is the state agency at the site.
Correct. We're local agents for Cal Recycle.
Well, let me just tell you this. In fact, I won't tell you anything. I would hate to be in the council and learn that this action didn't take place. Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Thompson?
No, sir.
Nothing further.
Thank
Thank you.
Mr. Bruin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. As I indicated in my opening, we're going to call Elena Goodall and Michael Bodwin as a panel. They're going to be presenting a PowerPoint presentation. It's actually a PDF slide show. And you should have hard copies we passed out earlier today, and I believe it was admitted in evidence. And I'm not, it's either LLL or,
I have a PowerPoint presentation. It's 2017 Sunshine Canyon Landfill Action Plan Update, May 4th, 2017. That was identified as KKK.
correct. That's it.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like the question to be posed to the respondents, whether or not I'm to entertain their presentation for the purpose of a modification of the amendment or a status report, as was presented to, and this is supposed to be a status report.
The purpose of this presentation, Mr. Chairman, is to give the hearing board an update on our compliance with the stipulated abatement order, a description of the construction and mitigation activities going on at the landfill, and to answer a couple of questions that have been posed by the public, and finally, to present you information on the success of our mitigation measures, and also to discuss in particular the timing and substance of the early morning odor complaints that have been received at the site. So that's the purpose of the presentation. It's to give you an update.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So we have two members of,
Excuse me, in the back, it's a little bit distracting. Thank you.
so I have on my far left Elena Goodall. Would you state your full name, whether you've taken the oath, and what your position is with Republic Services?
Sure. It's Elena Goodhall. Sure. It's Elena Goodhall. It's ELENAGOODHALL. And I have taken the oath, and my position is Director of Engineering Field Operations.
Mr. Bodwin, would you do the same?
My name is Michael Bodwin, M-I-C-H-A-E-L. Bodwin is B-E-A-U-D-O-I-N. I have taken the oath, and I'm the Corporate Director of Remedial Projects for Republic Services, Inc.
So, Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection from Mr. Sanchez or Ms. Manwaring, what I'd like to do to expedite this presentation is to have Ms. Goodall and Mr. Bodwin go through the PowerPoint, present the information. I may ask a few questions as I go along for clarification purposes, but I think it would be expeditious if I dispense with the normal Q&A process and simply let them make this presentation to the hearing board, if that's acceptable.
There's no objection apparently from the petitioner.
No objection.
You may proceed in that manner.
Thank you.
Thank you. As Mr. Bruin indicated, I'm going to cover a construction update based on the milestones and commitments that we made to you the last time we were here for the hearing. And then I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Bodwin, and he's going to go through the gas system performance and a review of the odor complaints that we've received since then, and our analysis thereof. So as a reminder from last hearing, the work that we proposed was an extremely sequenced construction activity, and certain things have to happen in certain areas before we can do the next step. So that has, I'm happy to be able to tell you that we've been able to expedite much of that construction, and that we are either on track or significantly ahead of the schedule that we committed to meeting last time we were here. So we thought we would start with showing you some of the construction photos of each one of those stages of construction, and then followed up with the summary of each one of the committed deadlines and where we're at in that process. So the very first thing is that as of April 21st, all of the waste that the site is receiving is currently going into the new cell, and this is a picture of that new cell and the working face operation. In addition, we now have 11 acres of the intermediate spray-on cover applied. You can see it in the middle of the screen. The white area that's of a different color is the 11 acres of posi shell that has been installed to date. And this is a close-up of what that posi shell looks like. So last time we were here, we had 3 drill rigs on site. We were actively looking for additional drill rigs that could meet the California emission limits. We were able to find 2 more drill rigs, one of which we actually had to mobilize in from Florida. That's how few of those there are in the country. But we do currently have 5 drill rigs on site and are making significant progress on the drilling activities. We actually have 121 of the 150 gas wells installed that we committed to having done.
Ms. Goodall, just for the board's edification, could you point out what the drill rigs are in this photograph? Are they the telephone pole-looking devices?
Sure. That is basically what they look like. So there's one drill rig here, there's a second one right there, a third one right there, a fourth one there, and then the 5th one is slightly down on the slope here, all of which with their masts up in the air drilling wells in this picture. Yes. One's here, another one here. That's number 3, number 4, and number 5. No problem. So this next picture is actually a close-up of 3 of the drill rigs working side by side. The one that's in the foreground is actually getting set up to start on a borehole, but this was a depiction of, at times, how close quarters we're working in order to expedite getting this work done as quickly as possible. And then in addition, this is a picture of pump installation. You can see that he's just starting to put the pump down the gas well. Typically, it's a 2 to 3 man job once it gets farther down, especially if it's a deeper well, 200 feet down. And then moving from the gas construction, this is actually a picture of our test plots for our vegetative cover. We've been able to install the irrigation system and anticipate seeding it next week.
May I stop you there and ask, when you say test plots, are you using different seed mixes on each of these plots?
It's the same seed mix, but different amendments being added to it and different watering conditions.
And what's the purpose of using different amendments and different watering conditions?
We are trying to find the exact right mix that's going to make the fall planting as successful as possible so that we have the best impact in that fall planting season. And then I'm going to walk through the update on the construction schedule. So this slide contains all of the dates that we committed to during the last hearing. The very first one being that we agreed that we would have 30 pumps installed in existing wells by April 15th. We actually were slightly ahead of schedule and completed that work on April 13th. As I indicated just a second ago, the vegetative cover trial area is underway. We have it committed to having that done by May 31st, or at least planted and then monitoring it from there. We've done 4 different test plots within that area, and we anticipate seeding next week, but will definitely be done by the end of May. Working face equipment spray neutralizers is on schedule. The design is underway for that system, and we should have it completed and in place and operational by the June 30th date that we committed to. Of the 150 gas wells that we committed to having done by July 30th, we've actually installed 121 of them and anticipate being done well ahead of schedule on that project. On the 250 pumps and gas wells, we are again ahead of schedule and have installed 211 pumps and anticipate completing that work well ahead of schedule. On the closure turf installation, the design's complete. We've ordered the materials. We've had our pre-construction meeting, and the materials are being shipped to the site with an anticipated start no later than June 1st. On the posi shell installation, as I indicated before, we have 11 acres of spray on cover they've been applied, and we anticipate being on track on completing that work on by August 31st.
Ms. Goodall, let me interrupt you there, and someone might ask, well, gee, why don't we have all 37 acres of posi shell already in place? And you referred earlier to the sequencing of construction, and perhaps you could elaborate on the sequencing issue in connection with the timeline for applying this posi shell.
Absolutely. So in many of the diagrams you've seen today, the gas construction needs to occur in that area, and then the posi shell needs to be sprayed on over the top of that. So we are working on that sequencing to ensure that the gas construction is complete, and then the spray-on cover happens. So we need gas construction in certain areas to advance so then we can apply the spray-on cover. If we do it the reverse, then we break up the posi shell and it no longer is effective. So we need to complete the gas construction in that area and then apply the spray-on cover.
And when do you expect you will recommence the application of posi shell?
On Monday.
Ms. Prusak has a question.
Just the gas construction means the wells?
The wells, the pipelines that go with that, the force main, airline, et cetera, yes.
Thank you.
And you said you were going to start the additional application of posi shell this coming Monday?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Okay. The last 2 items are a little bit longer lead times. We have ordered the materials for the transfer station spray neutralizer system and anticipate installation in mid-May, so we're definitely on track and slightly ahead of schedule to have those systems operational at the transfer stations. And the last one is the establishing the vegetative cover on the 57 acres. The committed to deadline for that was December 31st, and that was based on the planting season.
Ms. Goodall, before we move on to the next slide, which I think Mr. Bodwin is going to cover, there are a couple of comments that were made by the public that I'd like each of you to respond to. So the first comment that I'd like you to respond to, Ms. Goodall, is an email that was sent to the clerk of the hearing board by Mr. Mahajer, who suggested that horizontal collectors, gas collectors, be installed on lifts 20 feet apart. And he also made a comment earlier today about the need for sumps in the landfill. Could you address Mr. Mahajer's comments, please?
Absolutely. So we do actually already use horizontal collectors. We do it at a 40-foot spacing. Horizontal collectors do have their, best uses, but they're typically temporary in nature, and I will tell you that they actually water in faster than vertical gas wells do. So we utilize them in the new waste, but we eventually end up replacing them with vertical wells because there is typically no way to dewater the horizontal collectors. We do that at a spacing of 40 feet. To go to a spacing of 20 feet vertically would cause much interference between those two horizontal collectors, and it would also put it at a much shallower depth and result in, similar to what Eugene Singh was testifying to, in additional oxygen intrusion. And the risk with that is that you have a high potential for causing landfill fires if you have significant oxygen intrusion into the waste mass. So I would recommend sticking with the 40-foot spacing and the use of the horizontal collectors as we currently do at the facility.
Thank you. And Mr. Bodwin, I noticed there were some comments by, I believe, Meg Voke on the subject of dust. So perhaps you could address that issue.
Sure. On April 28th, we had a series of high winds, about 10, 15 to 20 miles per hour on site. We had some significant dust issues at the site. I think the dust issues that we're having are due to the fact that we're implementing this corrective action plan so quickly. We have traffic over the entire 300 acres of the site, gas well rigs, dump trucks, excavators, pickup trucks for installation processes. So we have a lot of traffic on the site. And what that traffic does is it breaks up a natural crust that occurs in the soil on the site. The soils are fairly salty, so when they're exposed to humidity and atmosphere and rain, they form a crust. The crust on the site is now pretty well broken up by the construction activities that we're doing and implementing so quickly. We had a lot of dust on April 28th. As a response to that, on that day, we actually shut down the cell construction activities to redirect our dust suppression efforts into the remedial efforts that we're doing. At that time, we also decided to look at possible long-term improvements we can make to our dust management program. So instead of applying water, which is a temporary solution for dust control because it evaporates, we're looking at some admixtures that we can add to the water that will stay on the surface after the water evaporates and form a film and a crust on the landfill to minimize the dust erosion. We recently began last week, and we're continuing with another test program at the site. We're testing at least 3 different products that will be added to water, sprayed onto the landfill surface, and after they dry, form an effective maybe 30, 60, 90-day, maybe 120-day effective dust control barrier on the site. We have a test program that's in place as we speak.
Thank you. Let's turn to the next slide in the presentation, and Mr. Bodwin, I believe you're going to handle that.
Okay, the next slide, what you see here is what we would refer to as a gas curve. You've previously seen this slide in a different form presented by Dr. Sen. On the left-hand side of this graph, you see the words average weekly flow rate in SCFM. SCFM is standard cubic feet per minute. I'll probably just use the term cubic feet per minute. And you can see at the bottom of that graph, 10,000 cubic feet per minute, and at the top, 16,000 cubic feet per minute. That's the range in which we've been measuring in the past 8 months, and that's the range I'll discuss. On the bottom of the graph, you'll see the dates. I started this graph back in late 2016, somewhat before we started the corrective action measures that are in place right now, so we could start to see what's the impact of the work that Ms. Goodhall just described. 211 gas extraction wells new and replaced since the abatement order became into effect. So since December, 211 new and replacement wells. All the pumps that we're adding, what's the effect been on the gas extraction? And that's what you can see in this graph. There's 2 lines represented here. There's an orange line with some dots. That's the daily average flow. that has some noise in it. You'll see that goes up and down, and that goes up and down based on construction activities. That goes up and down based on how many wells we have online during a certain period, and gas plant operations. There's a number of factors that can make the average weekly flow rate go up and down. So we tend to look at the trend, and the trend line is the blue dashed line you see there labeled with the word trend. The trend, as you can see here, is clearly upward. Starting just above the word date, if you will. That's about when the abatement order was signed and when we started with our action plan. At that time, we were collecting about 11,600 CFM, 11,800 cubic feet per minute. We're currently collecting, represented on this graph, about 15,300 cubic feet per minute. That's more than a 30% increase in the landfill gas collected. I can tell you, as I left the site yesterday, we were running 16,000 cubic feet per minute. So we're making improvements on a daily basis. I don't know where this is going to level off, if it's going to be 17,000, 18,000, where this will level off. But I can tell you our job and what we're committed to do is to do the work that we need to make sure that we get all of the gas out of this landfill, get the gas moving back in, and create a situation that prevents fugitive odors. The next thing I'm going to do is talk about some data that we've already discussed this morning. And this is the SCAQMD odor complaint register for the time period March 20th, when we first stopped taking collection trucks. We delayed accepting collection at the landfill until 9 a.m. And this goes up through the end of April. It's continued on the next page. You'll see here, there's 2 pages. This is one table split into 2 pages. So starting on the left-hand side of this chart, we have the weekday. So you can see here whether it's a Monday or a Sunday, if we were active during that day, or a half day, like it's Saturday typically would be. The date next to that. And then the next 6 columns represent 1-hour increments, 6 to 7 a.m., 7 to 8, et cetera, up until noon. So we're just looking here at the morning hours, 6 a.m. to noon. The thing I wanted to highlight here are a couple things. Number one is that we did receive 1 NOV during this period, March 20th to April 30th. That NOV was received on April 5th, 2017. You'll see it highlighted here in yellow. So I want to talk a little bit about that NOV and the odors that occurred that day. At the end of each day of landfill gas construction, we require the landfill gas driller and the quality monitor that accompanies that driller to make sure that that well is buttoned up so that it does not emit any fugitive odors during the overnight period. Because occasionally we can't finish a gas well at the end of the day. So we have to leave a gas well half completed at the end of the day. In this instance, the evening of April 4th into the morning of April 5th, we had a situation where we had a gas well that was not appropriately contained and covered for the overnight period. As you can see, there were significant odor complaints registered during the morning hours, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., 7 a.m. to 8 a.m., and then another batch of complaints, 9 to 10 and 10 to 11. We believe all these complaints were related to the fact that this well was improperly preserved during the overnight period. By mid-morning, that situation had been remedied. And quite frankly, the quality control monitor that was responsible for that incident has since been fired. We fired the entire company of 3 quality control monitors for this incident, as well as another incident. And we take this very seriously, and we wanted that message to be heard loud and clear on the site. So this was an incident, I think an isolated incident. and I believe one that won't happen again. The other thing I'd like to highlight for you is the fourth column over. Well, let me back up a little bit. I think the first thing that strikes you when you look at this, it looks blue on the screen, but it's green. The first thing that strikes you is the amount of green here. Green represents those 1 hour periods on certain days that had no odor complaints during that time period. The vast majority of this chart is green. We do have some periods where we have registered odor complaints. Those are indicated with white colored cells, blue colored cells, and yellow. I already talked about the yellow. I'm going to focus more on the 9 to 10 a.m. time frame. This is a time frame which has been suggested by some that there are fresh trash odors that precede this time frame. You heard Mr. Singh testify, and I will agree that that it is possible to get trash odors off-site carried by the gas that's not a result of disturbance and site waste placement activities. I think what you see here in this table is the fact that where we have blue cells, the blue cells represent those where we had an odor complaint in the 9 to 10 a.m. time frame. And everywhere you see that, or several places where you see that, you'll also see it's preceded by other odor complaints. So for instance, March 24th, 3 odor complaints lodged from 9 to 10. You'll see that earlier in that day, 8 to 9, 7 complaints, and 7, 8, 2 complaints. So I think that what we're trying to show here is that there are significant number of the complaints that are registered, which are decreasing, by the way, but the number of complaints that are being registered don't necessarily correspond with the time frame when the landfill is open for business and the prior time frame when it's not open for business.
Let me interrupt with a quick question. With respect to the drilling of wells and other construction activities on site, since March 20th, has the company limited those activities so they do not begin before 9 a.m.?
Yes, we're prohibiting any intrusive, what we call intrusive activities. Intrusive activities would be well drilling that gets into trash. Intrusive activities would be trenching for pipe excavation. We've limited to those intrusive activities to start after 9 a.m. so they correspond with the time when the work phase operations begin.
Thank you.
So the next slide that I'd like to show you is really the same data, just presented in a different way. Again, you'll see the 1 hour increments and the total number of complaints that were registered in those 1 hour increments from the period of March 20th to April 30th. You can see here that we have 3 complaints in the 6 to 7 a.m. time frame, 32 in the 7 to 8, 10 in the 8 to 9 range, and then 12 and 9 to 10, 11 and 10 to 11, and 1 and 11 to 12. In total, prior to 9 a.m., we have a total of 45 complaints, and from the same similar 3 hour period from 9 to noon, we have 24 odor complaints. So we have more odor complaints prior to opening the landfill than we do after opening the landfill.
Could you explain what the colors are on the chart?
We have 2 colors here. The total height of the bar represents the total number of complaints. The blue portion of that bar indicates the number of verified odor complaints. Then the green remaining portion of that bar would be odor complaints that were not verified in one way, shape, or form. Either no odor was present or it just was not responded to.
Mr. Bodwin, in closing, could you give me your opinion as to the level of effort that Republic is engaged in odor control efforts at the Sunshine Canyon landfill compared with other sites in the country?
Well, my title is Director of Remedial Projects. I've been involved in some of the largest remedial projects in the country. I've never seen the level of activity in remedial effort and action that's being implemented at Sunshine Canyon ever before in my career.
And how many years has that been?
35.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sanchez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'll start with Mr. Bodwin. Regarding the termination of the quality control monitor from the event from 4/4 to 4/5, did you implement any other additional measures to prevent such type of incidents happening in the future?
We have standard procedures that we've communicated to all of the well drillers, as well as the quality monitors that are responsible for that well drilling operation. We've reiterated those quality control measures, and we've certainly let them know that we're serious about that by terminating a company that was providing 3 of those monitors.
Thank you. First, I'd like you to turn to slide 7 of the PowerPoint. There was testimony about the site of a well being a point source for gas migration coming through the landfill. Is that accurate?
That can be. The site of a well, I'm going to use the cursor here to indicate, thank you, to indicate the bottom of the well. This is where the well casing enters the ground surface. It's possible for landfill gas to move up alongside the gas well and be emitted at that point. Now, we take many measures during the construction of a gas well to make sure that the chances of that are minimized, including the use of a high swelling, very low permeability clay material that is put into the borehole, hydrated with water, swells up and forms a very impermeable seal against the side of the borehole and against the side of the casing. That's one of the measures that helps prevent that from occurring. Maybe it's not always 100% effective, but it's very effective.
And I had mentioned in describing, are you familiar with District Rule 1150.1?
Yes.
And so I don't know if you heard me describing the requirements under Rule 1150.1. I had indicated that if you were to get emission readings from a specific area on the landfill, you would be required to mitigate it. You done? You know, that you would, if you got continual readings, you would eventually need to apply mitigation measures and possibly install a new well?
Yes.
Okay, and so if there were to be gas coming out near a well, what would the process be to fix it?
There's a couple things we can do. Usually what we'll try to do is improve the seal where the gas well casing enters the ground. So we would dig around that area. We might put some of that very low permeability, high hydrating clay that I described to you and pack that around the gas well casing and cover that with dirt. In some cases, we may actually provide an impermeable skirt, we call it, into the ground surface below the intermediate cover to form an additional seal. Compaction of soil around the casing, and those remedial measures are typically taken.
I'd like you to turn to slide 4, which I believe depicts a gas well sticking out of the posi shell. My question is, was the well installed into the posi shell, or was the posi shell applied after the well was installed?
In this case, the posi shell was applied after the well was installed.
And is there a difference in before or after application or installation of a well and posi shell to make sure no gas migration comes from that source?
We're actually very happy with the way the posi shell forms a seal around the casing of the gas well. Again, in some cases that might not be perfect. Where it's not perfect, we will have an operation and maintenance plan that requires us to go back and reapply posi shell to fix that issue.
And looking at slide 8, is that the limit of the area where the vegetation is, expansion is being applied at the landfill?
No, this is simply a very small area behind, if you're familiar with the landfill, you can see the offices on the right-hand side of this page. That's a slope that's behind the office. It's not in our area of concern at all. And this is simply a section of 4 relatively small test plots where we're going to test 4 different amendment rates and make sure that when we go to the massive seeding project in the fall, which will be, I believe, a total of 52 acres, that we're using the right amendments and the right seed mix.
And have you or will you test this on an area of posi shell?
No.
Yeah, there was some questions about the relocation of the working face. When did, I believe at the last hearing, there was testimony that it was in transition from using that new area. When did full implementation of that area begin?
Full implementation began on April 21st. Since then, 100% of the waste coming into the site has gone to that location.
And for those not familiar with the landfill, I think the image sort of depicted it looked like almost a parallel location of the new working face. Could you describe where it is in relation to the community and the ridge line?
So it is relatively parallel to the ridge line, but it is farther back from the front entranceway. But to reinforce what Eugene Singh said, it is at a significantly lower elevation. So if you actually look at this picture, the cell is in the non-posi shelled area to the left at the lower elevation, and where we had been filling is up on the plateau well above the posi shell.
And do you have an opinion on whether the new location will decrease off-site landfill gas odors?
It is significantly farther back into the property, and as a result, I believe it will significantly reduce the off-site odors.
Thank you. No further questions.
I have one question for Ms. Goodall. On several occasions, we've had testimony that some things perhaps are best not done because of the hazard of a landfill fire, subterranean landfill fire. Would you tell the board the consequences of having such a thing?
Yes, in order to, if you have a landfill fire occur, in order to get it to stop, you have to actually make the area methane rich. You have to snuff out the fire by shutting off the gas wells in the area. Obviously, this is something we want to avoid, because when we do that, then landfill gas goes out and not in. And so the consequence of having a subsurface oxidation event or a landfill fire is that you actually will be collecting less gas, not more.
Thank you. This next question is for Mr. Bodun. You described your actions after the unfortunate incident on April 5 to advise everybody of company policy. Did the other companies, were they made aware that the company that made the error was fired?
Yes, we have a daily tailgate meeting with all of the landfill gas contractors in the morning. In the morning, they're all made aware of any previous day problems, and they were all notified.
Thank you. Board members? Ms. Prusay.
I don't know who can answer this, but just one set of 2 questions. In the stipulated order for abatement, 14F and 15, I guess it's 15G, that doesn't seem right, but in any event, I think it's mislabeled. But both require that upon 10 business days after receiving written approval of respectively the revised best management practices plan and the revised odorous load management plan, there will be implementation. So the question is, are you on track to do that?
I think we are. I believe we received those approvals dated May 3rd. Is that
Yes.
correct? Yesterday. So yes, we absolutely will be implementing. Now, implementing in some cases might be securing contracts to build equipment, but we will be implementing. We have been implementing. We've been moving forward under the assumption that our recommendations would be approved.
So to reinforce that, for instance, with the transfer station BMPs, those materials have been ordered already prior to receiving approval.
And which materials are those for the neutralizer systems?
For that, the transfer station neutralizer systems, along with the working face equipment.
And you are still, I don't think you went over that when you went over your dates, but are you still on track for the neutralizer systems to be installed and fully operational in the transfer stations by September 30th?
Yes, and actually, if you see in the notes, we anticipate installing those systems by mid-May.
Okay. And then same with the working face. I saw there already are 4 misters. Is that part of it, or?
Yes, that was part of the BMPs.
Okay. And is that the odor neutralizer installed and fully operational by June 30th? Or is there
Slightly
more?
different. That's slightly different. So in Eugene Singh's presentation, he showed you the picture of the neutralizer. He made reference to it being a deodorizer system on the back end of the dozer. That's actually the system that we're planning on installing on the 2 dozers on the working face. And I have confirmed that it is a neutralizer solution that we will be utilizing in that equipment.
Thank you. And that's still on track for June 30th?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Senator.
Ms. Bowden, Goodall, on your page 9, you show that 150 wells have been installed.
On page...
No, 121 are installed,
Correct.
and 150 you want to replace altogether. Are they in operation?
The 121, yes.
Okay. Now to Mr. Bowden. Have you visited this site yet? This landfill?
I am there more than half the time, and usually from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay, fine. Of the 121 wells that have been installed, how many leaks?
I don't really understand that question.
There's been some discussion, Mr. Singh and others, that some of the wells that are drilled through Ponce would migrate to the surface, and that's the argument for which the gas transport the trash odor, and it looks like gas odor when it's trash odor, or vice versa.
Right. So the issue that Dr. Singh described, where gas is migrating out from the landfill through newer trash, picking up trash odor and coming out of the landfill, we are fixing that. 250 gas well pumps, 150 new and replacement gas wells. Together, those will bring the gradient of gas from moving out of the landfill back into the landfill. You can see that in the curve that we presented.
We said that it's not cohesive. That is, the well, it seeps through. And you have a fix for that problem. You described it. I'm going to get to that statement in a minute. But you were aware that there's testimony where Mr. Singh said that the gas that was migrating and carrying trash odors was due to the fact that it was not sealed tight.
No, I don't think that was his testimony. I
What
can
does it
tell
say?
you we are sealing the wells tight, and we're fixing the problem of fugitive emissions with the action plan that's in place.
Well, during his testimony, he didn't recommend a fix. What I'm interested in, that you are recommending a fix. And that is that you put some cement type, I don't know, you described it. And it gets a little tight, becomes sealed. Now, describe that once again.
Okay, sir, I understand. I can tell you that in all of these 150 new and replacement gas wells that we're installing that seal between the borehole and the casing. That's a standard part of our gas well construction, standard operating practice. So we are using that in every one of our new and replacement gas wells.
So it should not be leaking at any time if it's properly sealed.
Well, I think I said that seal isn't always perfect, but it's really good. It exceeds industry standards. When it's not perfect, we will detect that through the surface emission monitoring, and we'll repair it. That's part of operating a landfill. It's a living, breathing thing, and it needs constant operation and maintenance, and that's part of our action plan.
So instead of, while installing the wells, part of the operation standard procedure is to also use the seal technology to make sure that it don't leak.
I agree.
Migrate to the surface.
I agree.
That's currently what's being done.
Yes.
So when I heard testimony that maybe Mr. Sanchez and concurred in by Mrs. Hine, that the gas that's migrating through the seal was carrying odor, trash odor, and that's the explanation for which some of the people were smelling and complaining about it at various times.
I'm going to object to the question as mischaracterizing Mr. Singh's testimony, because he wasn't talking about leakage around the casing of the well. He was talking about landfill gas breaking through the intermediate cover, to which he said there were several fixes, but they included improving the gas collection system, improving the intermediate cover, and using alternative daily cover. But that's not a problem at the base of the gas well. That's a problem with the intermediate cover at the landfill.
Is your understanding, sir?
Yes, it is, and it's also, I believe, what we are fixing with our current remedial action plan.
So the Ponce shell works very well then, in terms of sealing, coupled with your technology for sealing it off around the cell.
As Dr. Singh testified, and I believe that they're synergistic. The cover improvements are acting together with the gas well and liquid extraction improvements to create much more effective gas extraction. I can bring you back to this slide here that's clear evidence of that.
So on page 13, was it your testimony or Ms. Goodall, where the number of complaints, and green it says unverified odor complaints? What does that represent?
The total odor complaints is represented by the height of the bar. So if we look at, for instance, the 7 to 8 a.m. time frame, you see the top of that bar is at the number at 32. 32 total complaints. Of those 32 total complaints, it appears that 13 of them were verified, and the remainder were not verified.
What do you mean by verified?
Verified by the AQMD odor responder.
So the inspector went out at 7 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock, and verified the complaint.
Yes, that's the duty of the air quality monitor for AQMD.
Then it, from 8 to 9 a.m., smaller portion. Verified. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Byrd?
I'm just confirming what I'm reading. I'm really trying to get all the numbers here fast while you guys are talking, but it appears there was testimony that the 21st, you believed, I think, Ms. Goodall, you said you believed that at that time, with the change of the location of the working face, that would significantly impact or has significantly impacted the complaints. Is that
What my testimony was that I believe by moving the working face to that location, that it would have a positive result in the number of off-site odors.
Okay, number of off-site odors. Your data has, beginning on one date, the 20th of March, and then the district's exhibit begins on the 1st of February, the 1st of April, so I was just trying to jump back and forth to see the comparison. And so what I'm looking at on page 13 of your handout for your PowerPoint presentation, which is Exhibit KKK, there's approximately 45 complaints that came in prior to 9 o'clock. Is that, if I were to add them all?
That's correct.
Okay, so is it,
Between the
is there a
hours of-
specific number? Because I just kind of eyeballed it.
Yes, that's between the hours of 6 a.m., 9 a.m.
And 9, right.
45 complaints.
45 complaints, okay. 13 of which were verified?
16 of which were
16 of which were
verified.
verified, okay. 16 verified, and then after, between 9 and noon, well, I'm assuming that's noon, it says 12 a.m., but I'm thinking that's supposed to say 12 p.m., right?
It's
Okay.
noon,
I just want to be sure. So approximately 24 complaints, 10 of which were verified?
The totals are actually a total of 33 complaints.
33?
With 10 verified.
10 verified, okay. Okay.
That doesn't look right to me.
Earlier, we had testimony that it was 24.
I thought it was, is it 24 or is it 33? I had 24, but if you said,
24.
okay,
I
it's
stand
24.
corrected.
Okay. And then, as I jump over to, I'm trying to see if I can find a correlation between that date of the 21st, if there is any. When I jump over to the district's Exhibit 50, which is the landfill odor complaints monthly report for April, I think I see approximately 45 evening complaints prior to the 21st. Or is that 45 total complaints? Let's see. 45 evening complaints, but a total of, if we go all the way down to 90, that would say there's 90 complaints. And then there's a total of 117 for that period after the 21st. And they're not exactly the same number of days, but then that gives 90 prior to the 21st and 27 after the 21st. Is that what you read it that way? I'm just trying to see if I can tie yours together with theirs.
So could you repeat what the 90 and the 27 represent?
Well, in the district's Exhibit 50, they have a list beginning in April 1 of all the complaints received. And through April 20th, excuse me, there's 91. Through April 20th, then that would be 91 complaints. And their total is 117. So, I'm sorry, I'm thinking out loud here. I'm trying to make a correlation between the two.
Sure.
You didn't include your nighttime complaints, and that's what kind of, you just included daytime complaints. Do you have anything that,
So utilizing the same information off of the odor complaints, our total, regardless of when it was received, through April 20th, so from March 20th to April 20th, is 126. And then from there to April 30th is 151. So it would be 25
difference.
complaints received from after we moved the working phase.
And that's daytime and nighttime?
That's daytime and
Okay.
nighttime.
Okay, that's what I was just trying to compare two similar things, and I didn't have two similar things. Okay.
Ms. Bird, keep in mind also during this period of time, the rate of gas collection is ramping up pretty quickly in addition to the movement of the working phase.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Prusak?
Just one question on the chart that's up. In the unverified odor complaints, that includes those that are no field response, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, Senator?
I'm still a little confused here. When was this abatement order issued by the board? I don't recall the date.
December 15, 2016.
The stipulated order of abatement was then?
It was approved by this board at a hearing on December 15th last year.
What about subsequent hearings? Did we have modifications or anything?
There was a modification. I believe it was at a April hearing?
March 1st,
March 1st, thank you.
March 1st.
That
and
was
then-
the modification that placed a further restriction on morning disposal operations and prohibited not just the disposal of waste by transfer vans from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., but also restricted all disposal operations prior to 9 a.m. So that restricted rough trucks as well.
And when did you implement those restrictions?
Per the board's order on March 20th, Monday.
Okay. And when you look at page 11 of this report, 6 to 7 a.m., starting March 20th, and no complaints. You already implemented the order, no dumping trash between 7 to 9. You had no complaints.
Is that a question?
No, I'm just saying it appears that, can you explain why you had no complaints then?
I believe the chart shows there were complaints.
No. Not between 6 and 7 a.m., and just a few between 7 and 8.
If you look at the bar graph, which is the last page of the PowerPoint, at the time period between 6 and 7 a.m., there were, looks like 3 complaints received.
But I'm just saying the complaints went down, it appears, compared to previous reports that we've seen, almost down to 0.
You have a question?
Yeah, I'm just saying, could you explain that? Or maybe I already know I've interpreted it. It seemed to be,
I'm going to object to the question because of it's not these witnesses who make complaints, and so I don't know how they can explain when or why people complain. I think the data has to speak for itself, and that would be my objection.
But you were answering on his behalf, I just raised the question.
Prusak is going to rule.
I have to sustain that because I don't think it's possible for them to get into the heads of those who are complaining or know the answer to the question. But I think that this does speak for itself, and you can imply or draw from it as makes sense.
What I'm saying is why it's not reflected on page 13, as it appears on page 11.
Senator, the bar graph is simply a summary of the data on the 2 prior pages, and you can, if you look at the dates, if you look at the white squares, they'll show when complaints were made, for example, between 6 and 7 a.m.
Mr. Barone, that's the same data presented in a different format.
Correct.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I have one more witness for sure. That's Neil Bolton. I also have Mr. Sherman available if the board has any questions for him. I'm hoping that Mr. Bolton will be maybe 20 minutes maximum.
Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute recess, reconvene at 10 to 3. Remind everyone that the board adjourns at 4, and we still have some public testimony to come back on what they've heard. Thank you. We're in recess till 10 to 3.
Is Mike excused? Should he go catch his flight?
We are back on the record. During the recess, we received another public exhibit. This is an email from Andrea Provenzali, dated May 4th, 2017, received actually at 12:32 p.m. today, and will be marked as public exhibit 110110.
Mr. Chairman, not to belabor the point, but maybe somebody can answer as we go forward, that in March, on page 11, there are no complaints at all. When you look at page 13, no complaints for between 7 and 8 a.m. When you look at page 13, they have
Compilation.
They have 7. They have 3 or 4.
It's a compilation.
No, in March,
Look at page 11.
between 6 and 7, I'm sorry, between 6 and 7 a.m.
Look at page 11.
I'm looking at page 11.
Look at page 11, the first column that says 6 to 7 a.m.
And
If you go down, there's a
March-
1, there's a 1.
From March 20th to March 31st, on page 11, 0, it doesn't say 0?
6 to 7 a.m. in the column.
I'm looking at 6 to 7
You
a.m.
don't see any, on 4-4,
All green.
on 4-4, there's a 1, on 4-6, there's 1.
No. I'm
422,
not talking
there's
about, they're not talking about the 4th. This says March.
That's not for that one day, that's after March 20th. After implementing the 9 a.m.
Oh, it
start
includes April
time.
as well. Oh, okay, sorry about that.
We're back on the record. Okay, Mr. Bruin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one remaining witness, Mr. Neil Bolton. Mr. Bolton, will you state your full name for the record and indicate whether you've taken the oath?
Yes, my name is Neil Bolton, that's Neal Bolton, and I have taken the oath.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bolton testified before this hearing board on November 30. I was going to spend a little time asking Mr. Bolton about his qualifications to refresh the board's recollection on that subject. I would propose simply to briefly summarize his qualifications as he stated before, just as a reminder for you and the public, and then to ask him to affirm that. I think it'll help expedite this.
Please do.
Since it's getting late. So, Mr. Bolton, you started in the field of constructing and operating landfills in 1978. You began working for Oakland Scavenger Company and then Waste Management at the Altamont landfill and other waste management landfills. You formed Blue Ridge Services Company in 1988, which provides advice and consulting to municipalities and private companies in landfill operations. You are the author of a book entitled The Handbook of Landfill Operations, which is the only book in its field. Over 10,000 copies have been sold. You've written hundreds of articles on landfill operations and have taught hundreds of courses at the behest of the United States Environmental Protection Agency, the California Integrated Waste Management Board, and the California Department of Resources Recovery and Recycling on subjects relating to the operation of landfills, including litter, dust, and odor abatement issues. And you have personally inspected over 500 landfills. Is that a good summary of your qualifications?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Now, you have had an opportunity over the years to visit the Sunshine Canyon landfill on several occasions, and you most recently had an opportunity to visit the landfill the morning of April 21st, which was a Friday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Could you briefly describe what you did that morning?
Well, we got to the landfill a little after 6 o'clock in the morning, wanted to see everything before the traffic showed up, and so we toured the landfill, got a look at the posi shell, and then a look at some of the EnviroCon ADC plastic cover. Saw lots of drill rigs parked and not working yet, but ready to go to work, more than I've ever seen at any other landfill, by the way. We toured the neighborhood and drove around the school, and then we're back on site about 8:30 so that I could get a look at the queue of trucks that were lining up. At 8:30, there were about 4 trucks waiting. By 9 o'clock, I just checked my notes a bit ago, there were 15 trucks queued up, and then at 9 o'clock, they opened the gate and went to work and started filling. At that time, they were working at the active face that we saw in some of the photographs earlier, back in the bowl in the new area. And so they processed waste there. We watched that for a while. We went back to the neighborhood at one point, and back to the landfill, just met and kind of reviewed the process of how things were working. And then by about 11 o'clock, I finished my time on site and left to go back home and made 1/3 final pass through the neighborhood and around the school just to get a feel for what was going on there. Didn't smell any odors in the neighborhood at any time. The only odors that I did smell was during the queue when trucks were there. We drove past the line of a dozen or so garbage trucks that were parked at the scale, rolled the windows down and paused, and I could smell the garbage trucks. We were parked right beside them, and certainly I could smell them there. But from a distance of 50 or 100 feet, it was not noticeable.
Now, Mr. Israel testified at the last hearing that in his opinion, the queuing of vehicles between 8:30 a.m. and 9 a.m. was not a potential source of off-site odors. Do you share that opinion?
Oh, I certainly agree with that.
I'd like to refer to the bar graph, which is on this laptop, but it's not displayed on the screen right now. I'm wondering if the clerk could flip the switch so we could look again at this bar graph. And this is, Mr. Bolton, I think you've heard the testimony as to how this bar graph was prepared by Ms. Goodall and Mr. Bodwin. So I'd like to ask your opinion about the following. There have been some suggestions by members of the public that the start of disposal operations at the Sunshine Canyon landfill should be delayed not until 9 a.m., but instead even later, 10 a.m. And I'd like to ask your opinion on that suggestion.
Well, I think that's going to have very little, if any, benefit in terms of reducing odors. And I go back to what I've thought all along for this site, and I have been on site many times over the years, is that the odor problems here are not fresh trash odor problems. They're not related to the active phase or the process of dumping or pushing trash, but they are in fact landfill gas issues. And I believe this graph shows that clearly, that we have a peak or a spike of odor complaints between 7 and 8 a.m. During a time period when no trucks were dumping and not starting to dump until 9 o'clock. And in fact, if we had fresh odor or fresh trash odors causing problems, I would expect that those odor complaints for fresh trash odors would mirror the inbound tonnage. And just for your information, the tonnage at this site normally peaks at the current schedule, normally peaks at around 9 o'clock. There's a high point or a peak in tonnage between 9 and 10. And then there's another significant peak around 12 o'clock. So I'm not seeing from this chart, from the information we have, I'm not seeing that peak in tonnage at 9 o'clock. I'm not seeing a peak in odor complaints. I'm not seeing a peak in odor complaints at around 12 o'clock, and those are in fact the times when the inbound trash is busiest. That's when the tonnage peaks. So I think this is showing us that we're seeing odor complaints. I believe most of these are probably related to landfill gas, and I see no correlation between the hours when the landfill is operating and the odor complaints.
Do you have an opinion as to whether the morning prohibition on the disposal of waste between the hours of 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. is an effective abatement measure?
Well, again, I think it's not effective because I think it's trying to solve the problem that's not there. I think the problem that we have is landfill gas, and I think much of the testimony that we've heard focuses on that. And in my experience, that's what's going on. And I see that we're putting a lot of effort and a lot of discussion into fresh trash odors, and it's fine. At some sites, fresh trash odors exist. At every site they exist. We're talking about trash. But I don't believe that the fresh trash odors are what's causing odor complaints in adjacent properties. I think that we're focused primarily on trying to solve a problem that's not there, and I think we should put more of our effort in terms of focusing on the landfill gas issue.
Now, Mr. Bolton, you provided this board with a report when you testified on November 30, which recommended the use of alternative daily cover, enhancement of the gas collection system, enhancement of the intermediate cover at the landfill, the deployment of additional gas wells and pumps, essentially the mitigation measures which Mr. Singh had recommended as well, and which are in the abatement order. Is it still your recommendation that those are the abatement measures that this board should focus on?
Absolutely. I think that's focusing on the source of the problem, and I think other things that we do are wasting our time and effort. And I'm really pleased to see that, you know, we're moving forward so well on the things that I think are going to matter.
One final question. Given that you've inspected over 500 landfills during the course of your lengthy career, how would you compare the odor control efforts now being undertaken at the Sunshine Canyon landfill with other landfill sites you've inspected?
Well, the mitigation efforts that are happening at Sunshine, the additional efforts on intermediate cover and additional gas wells and using different types of ADC and things like that are good odor control mitigation steps, and I see some of those used at other landfills from time to time, but I have never seen another landfill utilize all of these steps to this degree. So in my experience at more than 500 landfills, Sunshine is doing far and away more effort in regard to odor mitigation than any other site I've ever seen.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you. Mr. Bolton, can you please specify when you're saying all the combined things they're doing, are you able to list off the things you've identified as collectively contributing to improving odor mitigation at the site?
Well, I don't have a written list, but I can sure tell you from memory what I'm talking about. The misters and odor neutralizers, when I've been there in the past, they've had Dust Boss units working. When I was there on April 21st, they had, I believe, 4 Buffalo monsoon units that were doing the same thing, basically spraying an odor neutralizing agent. Having the EnviroCon cover, the EPI cover system for daily cover, the plastic that goes on, that's a great system for being able to minimize odors coming from yesterday's fresh trash. I think the enhancements that they're doing to intermediate cover in terms of additional cover in some areas and targeting the surface emission hotspots by applying posi-shell, and those things are all important odor mitigation steps, and different times, different landfills might use 1 or 2 of those, but again, I've never seen another landfill that's integrating that continual effort in terms of that. And also I think it goes to the fact that since I've been involved with Sunshine Canyon over the past few years, you know, I've come to understand that there are folks there who are dedicated full-time to mitigating odors. They have full-time inspectors or inspector in the subdivision that's monitoring that. The attention that is giving to odor control is commendable. There's a lot of effort and resource put to this, and I think that that's in general something that I have never seen at another site.
Are you familiar with the expedited well dewatering that's occurring at the site?
Yes.
Is that a contributing factor to reduction or odor mitigation?
Absolutely.
What about installation of pumps in all the wells? Are you aware of that occurring?
Yes.
And is that a contributing factor to reduction?
That is a contributing factor as well, yes.
And are you familiar, I think when you testified last time, I had asked you a couple questions on removal of organics from the waste stream going to the landfill. Would that be a contributing factor to reduction of odors or generation of gas at the site?
Well, that's a broad question. There are lots of things classified as plastic isn't organic when you get down to the molecular level. So I'm assuming you're talking about more putrescible organics like food waste?
Yes, sorry.
Yes. So when we talk about the odor potential of trash, food waste has a higher odor potential than paper or other what you might call organic material, yard waste and other things. So certainly, if there are ways to pull food waste out of the waste stream, that can only help.
And are you aware of any of the efforts being made at application of neutralizers at the transfer stations owned by Republic Services?
Only from what I saw today, it's the first that I'd seen of that, but that's another important mitigation step. And to go on, the additional 9 inches of cover that was required, the fact that that has now been lifted is helping to mitigate odors short-term and I think more or less long-term.
Have you personally observed any reduction of odors on the landfill surface during your recent inspection?
I can't really speak to that because I don't have the continual days on site to give you a perspective. I can tell you that I didn't note any landfill odors on site when I was there, and I was particularly interested in what was happening, along the perimeter of the posi shell, because as was testified earlier, that to me that would be an area where we may have concentration of odors being released. I didn't smell anything there. I didn't smell anything off-site. The only scent of trash odor or any landfill gas odor I got was when we were adjacent to the garbage trucks.
Are you familiar with District Rule 1150.1?
Yes.
And do you have an opinion on whether the installation of the new wells and, well, let me start with that. Are you aware of the installation of new wells at the site?
Yes.
And are they monitoring to make sure that that's not resulting in fugitive emissions leaving the landfill and going to the nearby community?
When you say monitoring, are you talking about the wells being monitored or the annular space around the well?
The space around the well.
I don't know what they're doing in terms of monitoring the annular space right at the well casing, but as Mr. Tsang pointed out earlier, I believe as he that testified, during the surface emission sweeps, those would be identified as problems if gas is detected at that time.
Let me ask it this way to you. Or do you have an opinion on whether the landfill is employing fugitive emission monitoring more robust than District Rule 1150.1 requires?
I don't know that. I don't want to answer because I don't know specifically what that is in terms of how they're doing that.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Prusak.
You just testified that fresh trash odors, in your opinion, are not at all an issue or haven't been in the past?
No, I'm not saying that they're not at all an issue or that they haven't been in the past. I think that relative to the landfill gas issues, I think fresh trash issues or fresh trash odors are significantly less of a factor than landfill gas.
Were you here this morning when Mr. Anderson testified that fewer complaints are being registered in the morning hours since the ban till 9 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, so does that lead you to believe that perhaps fresh trash odors were a problem and are less so with the ban in place?
I don't know that I understood that those odors were directly related to fresh trash complaints or landfill gas complaints. I don't know that we have that, or that I have an understanding of how that splits out. What I have seen is that there's not a correlation between a ban of receipt of trash until 9 o'clock with the recent odors that we've seen as shown in this chart right here. So I don't know that, in terms of what's happening in the morning, if that's a reduction in fresh trash odors or if that's a reduction in landfill gas odors, and I don't think that that's been clearly identified. And as Mr. Tsang pointed out, there may still be some fresh trash odors that are associated with the emission of landfill gas. Because if we place trash yesterday and we cover it, and we happen to have some movement of gas through that, and it brings some odors out, that fresh trash is still going to smell like fresh trash.
Okay, so then the fact that there were odors, they've minimized in the morning, you can't look at that and say they weren't fresh trash odors. You can only...
Of course, I can't say that because we've also installed a number of wells recently that are helping to reduce the quantity of landfill gas, which I think is the primary focus here.
Okay. You also stated that your opinion that fresh trash odors aren't a problem is also based on looking at this chart and seeing that there is a 12 o'clock peak, there's a 12 o'clock acceptance of trash trucks. Was that what you said? And you're not seeing a correlation between complaints at 12 o'clock?
What I said was, or what I intended to communicate, was that I am not seeing a correlation between the hourly tonnage rate of inbound fresh trash and the number of odor complaints associated with it.
Correlating with noon. 12 o'clock?
or with 9 o'clock.
Okay. Were you present when there was a significant amount of weather data, and in particular wind data that was presented to this board with regard to the wind blowing away from the community at noon as opposed to towards the community before 9 o'clock in the morning?
I don't recall hearing that today.
Okay. Did you hear it at all?
I don't recall. I think the last time I testified here was in November, and I don't recall
Okay.
specifically we talked about that.
If you had heard that information, that at noon, even though there's more tonnage being brought, the wind is carrying the odors in the opposite direction of the community, would you think that this chart?
Clearly, if
Is
the
it-
wind is going a different direction, that will have an impact. Obviously, that would have an impact.
Okay, so
Yes.
but that would show that this particular chart and the number of complaints that you're seeing at 11 and 12 o'clock, even though there might be tonnage being brought, is not showing you that there's no fresh okay.
Let me set the perspective for that. I am not basing my comments today, in my opinion, solely on this chart. I think this chart tells an important story about a correlation between odor complaints and when trash comes into the landfill. But I have worked at landfills and dealt with odor complaints across the United States for more than 30 years, and I have most often seen that fresh trash odors or leachate odors or specific surface odors are usually much less of a factor than landfill gas odors. And everything that I see here indicates that if we want to prioritize our effort, it should be on the landfill gas. And I think that any benefit we're seeing in reduction of odor complaints more recently is due more to the installation of landfill gas wells than changing hours of inbound waste.
Okay, and I'm trying to understand what you're basing it on, because I heard two things, and I just questioned on both of those things, and, okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. I have one other question, and you said you've never seen a site with so much mitigation going on, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Have you ever seen a landfill that has this many complaints or notices of violation as has been received over the last few years?
This is a lot of complaints. I can't say that it's the most I've ever seen, but it is a significant number of complaints.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Byrd?
I just wanted to go back to the chart, and I know that you just said that you did not base everything on this chart. However, it is representative of this situation. But what I wanted to also ask you then is if you could comment to the fact that the 7 to 8 a.m. Complaints on this chart also include that one day where there was some mismanagement of quality control, and that bumped up this 7 to 8 a.m. Entry here by at least 40%.
Yes, I agree with that. I
So-
agree. Yes, and so that open well, whatever the issue was with that, again, that's not a fresh trash issue. That is a landfill gas issue. And so the fact that we had a spike in odor complaints when we had an open well, to me is indicative that we have a landfill gas odor problem. And I think that makes sense.
So based on based on the information that's being presented to us, and this is one of them presented to us by the respondent, would you even think you could use this chart to show that there is a correlation between the fresh trash and the time of day, the fresh trash odors and time of day that is being received? Would
Well,
you, if you looked at this graph?
This is a short period of time. It's
Very short.
several weeks. And, we're trying to look at data and trends over a period of years. So I think that we can deduce what we can from this, and I'm not seeing a direct correlation between the number of odor complaints coming in hour by hour compared to the amount of tonnage coming in hour by hour. Again, tonnage spikes at this site currently between 9 and 10, and then it spikes again around noon. And so barring wind changes and things like that, I'm not seeing a correlation here, but I am convinced that a significant part of the odor issue is landfill gas. And I think that over time we will see a trending, a benefit, a trending in the good direction because of the additional wells that we're putting. I think that's one of the most significant things that we can do at this site.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Senator?
Two questions.
Yes, sir.
One, you've visited a lot of landfills across the country, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You stated that. Have you had the occasion to visit a landfill that sits in a bubble with this terrain configuration?
A number of landfills do that, yes, sir, because there are many landfills are categorized or labeled as canyon landfills, and they start in the bottom of a canyon and they fill within that canyon. So there are a number of sites, a good percentage of them actually have the same type of topography where they're down in a hole.
But are you aware that most of the area there's got mountains, high surface barriers around?
Yes, sir.
And we had testimony, if you've been here before, from this district, where the expert showed when the wind blows, the vectors force the odor down to the surface when it comes over the mountain, and therefore are you aware then in that case the odor is kind of submerged and down below grade level?
I'm going to object to that question. I think
Is he aware of it? I'm asking. He can say yes or no.
Let's have a ruling, Ms. Prusek.
First of all, what's the objection?
the objection is it misstates the evidence and the testimony. So the senator is stating it as a fact and then asking him if he's aware of that fact.
Okay, you can.
The fact is that the district.
If you can ask it differently, do you know if it is? Not stating it as a fact of another witness.
Well, we had testimony saying it was a fact presented by the district.
And the objection is it's misstating the testimony. So I'm going to sustain that. Don't just so that you don't characterize the statements of another witness, but you can ask generally this witness if he's aware.
Okay, I did hear discussion this morning by Mr. Sung. He showed a graphic that showed some colored arrows moving air in different directions. I can tell you that generally landfill gas and landfill odors stay low to the ground, and that's because landfill gas cumulatively as a composite is heavier than air, so it will generally trend downhill, down country, it will flow that way. In regard to what's happening at Sunshine in terms of the hills and the topography and the airflow, I am not the expert to be able to speak to that.
Well, I was just trying to figure out if you could explain why you believe the number of complaints are being registered at that landfill, given the terrain that it is or topography that it has in that area,
Well, I can acknowledge that there are complaints. I'm not arguing that, but I can't speak to how the topography is impacting that, or that all the complaints are coming from the landfill or are verified. But I acknowledge that there are a lot of complaints, and that's what I can say.
Well, that was a report. Here we are here. By the district, where the complaints were made. I just had it in the morning, primarily by the elementary school between those hours, early on in March. And Mr. Chairman, if someone has another question that asks while I look for that report.
Talking about Exhibit 50?
Then it's at 50. I had it in front of me, too.
You want to borrow mine?
Right, when you, have you reviewed the complaints early on in March?
That's April.
In April, there's one in March also.
Right, so we're looking for Mr. What was it, public exhibit? Mr. Hunter?
Well, there's oh, yes. It's a public exhibit. Have you seen that exhibit?
Well, I saw the exhibit of the table that showed the
108.
list of complaints over the past several weeks.
And when you, the one I looked at before showed most of the complaints were early part of March, Van Gogh Elementary School, from 8 in the morning and so on. That's when they register most of the complaints. And then in the early afternoon, if any complaints came in, is after the hours of operation. I pass for now, Mr. Chairman. I have to find it and come back to it.
Any other questions? Mr. Bolton, I did have a couple, or one question. Early on in your testimony, you told us that you went out to the facility and standing next to some of the trucks that were in line, that you could smell them, and but at some distance, you were not able to smell the odor from the trucks. What was that distance, and were you downwind?
I was downwind, and I would estimate it was about 2 vehicle lengths, so probably 50 or 60 feet away.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, unless the board has any questions of Mr. Sherman, I don't have any other witnesses.
Board have any questions of Mr. Sherman? Apparently not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we promised members of the public that they could testify again. This time, however, limited to what you have heard today, not a reiteration of anything in the past. And I'm going to, because of the hour, I'm going to limit that to 3 minutes. And I'll first call on Mr. Wade Hunter. Mr. Hunter, you're still under oath.
Thank you. My name is Wade Hunter. I'm the president of North Valley Coalition Concerned Citizens, Inc. Smoke and mirrors. It's kind of interesting that they picked this March-April time to show you how well they're performing. And matter of fact, if you look at my the document I submitted, I think it was 108, it was tagged. I also showed you on here that I had a chart on Exhibit D, and it showed you, it was a stacked chart, and it shows you exactly everything is running exactly the way it's expected to. January, February, March are all high months. April takes a dip. And as I pointed out to you on the very first page, okay, that we've got April, May, June, July, and August are historically low odor reporting periods. I had 9 years. They've taken 2 lousy months, and now they're trying to attribute all of this stuff to, oh, well, look, it's what we're doing. Now, I'm not saying what they're doing isn't helping, but at this point, to try to attribute it and then suddenly make these changes like, well, you know, bringing in the trash before 9 a.m. has no effect. I also want to put to Ms. Manwaring that now you have testimony from a professional that those trash trucks do stink, because she challenged me. And I want you to know, so you need to look at my charts and what I pointed out to you, what I originally submitted. I want to talk about condition 14, any exceedance by Eugene Singh. Any exceedance on any grid is a potential sort of odors to the community, because they're there in the thing. Eventually, because of the movement of air, we get to smell them. So any exceedance is a problem. There should never be any deodorizers or masking agents. Only neutralizers should be used, because I can tell you I've smelled, okay, those particular masking agents, and they're offensive. Even though they're not unpleasant to smell, the fact that you can smell them and can't get them out of you is offensive. And I had it on a number of occasions, as recently as about 3-4 weeks ago. So I just want you to know I smelled something and it was bad. Condition 16, proposed entry that you're talking about that he handed out and was showing that they were going to build a physical barrier at the entrance to the landfill. If you look at that documentation, that is a tow berm that they're going to build in order to expand the landfill. And if you look at it carefully, you'll also see it in cross-section that it's going to be, the landfill's going to stick down onto the tow berm. So there won't be anything to protect you. So it won't be a physical barrier. And even if it's a physical barrier for a slight period of time, we have what we call night drainage. Air flows in, displaces the air that's sitting in the canyon, and it flows out over. So it will not be a barrier. So I just wanted to point that out to you. That's something that you really need to be considering. So again, water-dim wells, I think Eugene makes our case. Water-dim wells obviously have been a problem. People have ordered them to do it before and they didn't do it because it cost them money. And the reason we have this problem today is because they didn't do what they should have done ages ago. And now that we're faced with this, and for one lousy good month, they want to turn around and do something that you did that was good, which was to restrict all traffic into the landfill. It does have a positive effect. And I would also ask that you also consider taking it in a little bit further and thinking about reducing the tonnage as well. That's another positive. Thank you very much.
Sanchez?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Beck?
No questions.
Board members?
Yeah, 108, you have page number 3, 6. Let's look at page number 4 of 108. And the others are consistent with page 4. On page 4, top of the page, on the 15th of March, from 7:55 a.m. to 8:10 a.m., complaints came from Bangor. Could you?
Many of them did, not all of them, but looking at them, typically when you see Van Gogh Street, Granada Hills, it usually is the school.
That's right. And
majority of the time. They're on page 4 of 6 of the monthly report for March 2017.
Right, that's correct. And then after 8:10 a.m., all the complaints came in up until the next day did not come from Van Gogh.
No, the next ones coming in were from like Lisette, Colbert Street, Cessnon, other houses in the neighborhood.
And different times. That's the
yes, sir.
The key you want. The other one is you look at on the 17th, you have in the morning a couple of Van Gogh up to 7:30, 7:35, and then 7:40. Right straight to 7:45. There's a lot of Van Gogh in there.
Yeah, it's between the school. It alternates between the school and then various streets in the neighborhood as to what they're smelling, and that was a Friday, 3/17,
and then
it goes over 2 pages.
Over 2 pages in the mornings. Most of your complaints came from Van Gogh.
Yeah.
And
yes,
after that time period, for example, after 8:13 and 9:01. Complaints came from other parts of the district.
Yes, sir.
So what you're saying to me and others, I would suspect, that before these programs are updated and implemented, this new, required by stipulation, this where you had those complaints. And since it's been in place, those complaints have not registered in the same order.
Correct. It has been better. It has, and I believe that by stopping that landfill traffic, that there is an improvement. I'm just not willing to attribute everything that happened to doing that and the things that they're doing at this point in time, because I was very specific in asking you to say that this is typical. It normally goes down in April. I'm giving you 9 years of history that support that. And the other thing, and I was talking, I think maybe what you were asking for a little bit early when you said, I saw some March stuff, is that March 2017 is 40% higher than last year, and you can see that we're excessive morning odor reports, some of which are still extending past 9 a.m. Of the 274 complaints received, 59% are in the morning, and 41% are in the evening hours. Of the 161 that are morning hour complaints, 16 or 10% are after 9 a.m. And I think that was the summary. I think I heard you were kind of looking around for it. That was my sense of what you were looking for.
I just want an explanation. You've done well.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Hunter? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Stephen Beck, followed by Mr. Mike Mahajer.
And Mr. Chairman, I understand the scope of the public testimony in this segment is limited to the issues that were discussed by the parties.
Stephen Beck for Legends again.
Thank
I'll
you.
come back to the main topic. I think,
Wait.
okay.
I want to remind everybody what I did say, and that is that to limit it only to new information that we heard today. Thank you. Mr. Beck?
Beginning, you asked a question about the flow chart for odors that was on condition 16. There was a green portion that went up to North Granada Hills. I believe you were given the answer by the LEA that the red area goes no place. If that is true, it goes to my place. Yes, okay. The argument that's being given by BFIC this morning in order to get the reduction in hours basically wiped out is apples and oranges. From my point of view, we need to keep focused on what I think the reasoning was behind the whole reduction in hours. It had to do with the wind study carrying over the work face to the Van Gogh area and everyone that lives around there. So if they're going to use combined figures, the blue and the green chart, first of all, the undefineds don't tell you anything, because it doesn't tell you the difference between landfill gas reported odors and the trash odors. So when you come back to this chart, look at the data yourself. Circle everything that's TR, and you will find the majority of them came down between the hours. There was one at 7:50 on one day. The balance of them came down between 9:38 a.m. and 10:53 a.m. What does that tell you? That it is after the closure and it opens. Look again carefully. The first odor, there's one at 9:50. Where that came from, I don't know, but at 7:50. At 9:38 a.m., it starts again, and there's a series of 7 of them in a row. All of them well after opening time at 9 a.m. and going through to 11 a.m. I think that's the most telling of the data that you've got there. Everything else, largely before that, virtually, was landfill gas. The purpose of the closure, as I recall, had nothing to do with landfill gas at all. Landfill gas is one of those things that can go all night. And if you actually look at the data for the 2 days, on 4-4 and 4-5, obviously the landfill was doing what I call a really good belch. Because on 4-4, you look at it, it starts off at 10:30 in the morning, goes to night. Everyone's sleeping after 9:50, more or less. Then you go to 4-5. It starts at 7:06 a.m. It's not unusual for landfill gas to go through a whole night, some not reported because people are sleeping, and then you hit in the next morning, and then midday it tends to go away on the average, and then start again in the evening. I'm saying if we're going to look at removing the 6 to 9 closure, that we need to seriously look at TR versus LG and understand why we closed it in the first place.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sanchez?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Beck?
Just very quickly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Beck, referring to the TR versus LG that you just talked about and focusing on the TR, the times and dates that you just provided were that range of times, all of which are on April 5th. Is that correct?
Hold on.
Yes. All right, thank you. That's all.
You're correct.
Board members? Thank you, sir. And now, Mr. Mike Mahajer.
Good afternoon again. And I don't have Mike Mahajer, and you do have this spelling. It's been a long day and trying to digest all the stuff, and I have a nerve in my finger that is dead, so I can't read my own handwriting at times. So please bear with me. I may have misunderstood, but I was going to say that April 17, one of the AQMD inspector was on vacation, and there was no replacement, so some of the calls that were going to the AQMD were not responded, or they can't confirm it whether there was a problem or not. That's based on his vacation schedule. In reference to the working phase, that claim has been made that now has been moved since March 21st to the new location. Landfill site as a whole thing, everything is very dynamic. So the working phase this month may be at point A, next month would be at point B. So who knows, maybe next year or 2 years from now, again, they come back to the same point that they are before March 21st. So you cannot base your decision solely on the working phase and where it is today, because it moves around. That's very important. One thing that it really got me frustrated, being a sort of as a regulatory agency responsible for some of this stuff, I got upset from the fact that when the 9-inch soil cover was used and the problem with the liquid became a problem. Why? The Sunshine Canyon LEA and or South Coast AQMD did not direct the landfill operator to install a pump in those extraction wells. They had the authority, but no, they just sat back till we got to where we are right now. And that is from the standpoint of the taxpayers are paying their salaries, and that's what they're supposed to do, and they failed to do that. On a condition 15, I'm just reading on one of the pages. It says, for the transfer station odor mitigation, awaiting documentation of diverted weekly tonnages of bulk organic from Sunshine Canyon landfill. So my recommendation is that the amount of organic materials that are being diverted should be deducted from the allowable tonnage that Sunshine Canyon landfill is permitted to receive. The next questions that I have is on, again, condition 15, and I'm looking at the page that says estimated additional height of physical barriers and 60 to 80 feet. Being involved with a landfill, we are very specifically, we have a limitation on elevation. And I wonder if this has been, if this has been checked with the county and the city as far as the increase 60 to 80 feet in elevation. Thank you very much, and I still recommend what I have in my letter that I gave you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Sanchez?
No questions.
No questions.
Board members? No questions. Thank you very much. Any other member of the public wishing to testify today? I see and hear none. Mr. Sanchez, closing.
If we can get a quick 5-minute recess, Mr. Chairman.
We'll
Thank you.
reconvene at 15 to 4.
Thank you.
It shouldn't be. Oh.
Okay, we're back on the record. Mr. Sanchez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The matter before the board today was for a status conference. The district presented information to the board regarding what's happened since the implementation of the March 20th delay in delivery of trash from the route collection trucks, which was used in combination with the transfer trailer trucks. The district just focused on that data because that's what the board, I believe, wants to see, what's happening going forward. There was no cherry picking. There was no exaggeration of the data. The district finds itself in a weird spot by simply showing that things have happened as we hoped they would, and things would have quantifiable improvements. It seems to upset a lot of members attending and some of the board members. So the district finds itself at a little bit of a loss in just presenting information on things that it represented should ameliorate and improve the problem are having those type of effects. I think I made it very clear when we started the proceeding today that the district doesn't believe its job is done, that we've achieved success, or that additional measures aren't needed to continue going forward. I believe the chairman asked, that the board would be deciding whether there was a need to expand the morning hours past 10 a.m. I would just direct the board to the public comments that it received today. Of those 11 comments, 3 were multiple submissions by 3 different people. If you look at Public Exhibit 100, the second paragraph, first sentence of that from Ms. Nura Hindi Shahayed says the recent decision to delay the dumping of trash until after 9 a.m. seems to have helped with morning odors. The morning odors have not fully gone away, as I did smell it once at Van Gogh before 9 a.m., but my experience of the odors has been less in the morning hours. You look at exhibit number 104 from Meg Volk on the second paragraph. It says, I would like, however, to report on the calls that I've made in March and April. I called on 4 occasions in March and on 7 occasions in April. I only call when the odors are moderate to strong. Most of the calls were in the evening, and my complaint was moderate to strong landfill gas odor, sometimes sweet and sour, occasionally mixed with trash odors. So some of the members of the public who weren't able to attend today provided public comment that was consistent with the presentation of evidence that was before the board today. This is a board for the trier of fact. The district was trying to gauge whether the improvements made as part of the order are improving gas collection efficiency. We are seeing that. We had independent walking of the grids at the landfill of the areas in question, and analysis of those grids does show a reduction in spikes from landfill gas in those areas. We expect that there will be continued improvements, and if we're not, we will have future hearings before this board, and if there is a need based upon evidence to expand upon the current order, the district in its role would absolutely seek to do so. There was no facts before the board today to warrant changing the order. We would ask to come back within a reasonable window to continue reporting on the events that are happening, the quantification of those conditions in the order, and to look to see what's happening. We weren't trying to overlay improvements in gas collection efficiency and odor complaints. We just reported the data. That evidence came from respondent, and the contesting of that evidence came from the public. I just provided you, which is the determination for weighing evidence, writing decisions, and Section B of Government Code 1142.5.50. It talks about if the board is going to have to determine which evidence is credible over the other. Under the Administrative Procedures Act, it's very clear of the steps that a trier of fact or an administrative law judge needs to take in doing so. I brought this to the board's attention last time, and again, the district finds itself in an odd position where it seems to be adversarial to the public. That is not our intent. We don't want to be in that position. We're not comfortable being in that position. But if the board is going to make determinations inconsistent with the evidence provided by the district and its experts, I would direct the board to that section to make sure that for a clean record and a decision that can stand on its own, that you include that type of analysis in doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bruin?
Given the hour, I will be brief. We believe significant progress has been made at the site in addressing the potential for off-site odors. The fact that the collection of landfill gas in and of itself has increased by a third since we were in the abatement hearings last fall is, I think, remarkable. The evidence shows we are on schedule with respect to the commitments we have made to this hearing board regarding the various abatement issues and measures that were adopted by the board in the original abatement order and amplified at the last status conference. I would remind the board there's a lot of work left to do. The placement of posi shell, the placement of odor neutralizer equipment at transfer stations and at the working face, the installation of yet additional gas wells and pumps. We believe that these abatement measures, our action plan as presented to you by Ms. Goodall and Mr. Bodwin, represent the solution to any potential for off-site odors. And we concur with Mr. Bolton's testimony that if there is any off-site odor attributed to landfill, we believe the source of that odor would be landfill gas. We haven't asked this board to modify the abatement order. We're not making that request at this time. Mr. Hunter said, well, let's look at the data in October. In October, we'll have 6 months of period that has expired or transpired, excuse me, since we ceased the disposal of route collection vehicles before 9 a.m. So in October, we'll have had 6 months of data to look at what has happened in terms of complaints. And perhaps at that time, the board may wish to consider relaxing the prohibition on morning odors. I think we'll just have to see how the data comes in and what the effects are of the abatement measures that we will be initiating this summer. So with that, I will not repeat any of the evidence you've already heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Discussion, board members? Ms. Prusak?
I want to thank Mr. Sanchez for reminding us that all of our decisions must be based on evidence that we hear. To my knowledge, I think they have been. However, we always should keep that in mind. I just wanted to say, just generally from what we've heard today, I think it's clear that things have shifted. They're starting to shift. Nuisance conditions do still exist. I think Mr. Anderson specifically stated that he does not believe that the nuisance problem is solved. I think that's his quote. There's still 117 complaints in April. That's clearly too many. 1 NOV. And also, I would note that I counted 37 out of the 117 complaints that there was no follow-up by an inspector for whatever reason. And so potentially, there is the potential, given how the complaints came in, there could have been another NOV, maybe not. But the point is I think we all realize that there's still an issue, but as Mr. Bruin pointed out, and I think as we've seen throughout this hearing, the intermediate measures still, especially as far as landfill gas, still are just not in place yet. There are additional wells that need to be drilled, either replacement or just additional wells. Intermediate cover enhancement is still sort of at the beginning of the area that's going to be covered incompletely. And so I'm not prepared at this time to modify this order at all in terms of saying that this isn't effective. I think we need to give it a chance. I'm also not convinced that there is nearly sufficient evidence for a modification at this point, although it's not being requested, to roll back that 6 to 9 ban on trucks. So I think I agree that no modification is required. And I'd like to see us set another hearing, given what Mr. Wade Hunter gave us in Public Exhibit 108, this chart of historic odor complaints that I would have to say that the board should consider sometime at the end of September or October, when the complaints would historically go back up, to make sure we have enough to go on in the amount of time. So those are my thoughts.
Ms. Byrd?
I would agree that there is no need to modify the order at this time. There appeared to be, that it appeared the respondent was going in that direction, in my opinion, but I didn't find enough information, even if respondent was going in that direction, to modify the order. So I agree with leaving things in place. We don't have enough time, or we haven't had enough time to see how well things work. The expert for the district, unfortunately and fortunately, I guess some things have been done, but other things take time. And that's what we've been told. They take time. We have seen some improvements, and that's what we're hanging our hat on at this time. But I don't see any reason to modify the order.
Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was no request for modification. I asked for clarification at the beginning of the respondent's statement, and if it were to be made, it would be out of order because it was not agendized. And in my view, if you were requesting a modification, on the agenda was a status report, and I would say that I agree that some progress been made based on the testimony that I've heard today. I think there's more time to collect statistical data based on what's been done and give a thorough report at some later date, see what the progress been made, and then to make a determination at that time going forward, what should be actions should take, if any. I would, from my standpoint, caution you to make a request hastily without being able to support the request with data. If it's leading in that direction and it looks good, then of course I'm open to that. But I don't want anything to be railroaded through. I just want you to understand where I'm coming from. If you make a good effort, you can make a showing, then I'm going to listen. It's always been that case. Sometimes it doesn't come across that way, that you want to force it through, and then that bothers me. But if you make a good showing, make a good effort, you should be applauded for that. And so that's where I stand.
Thank you. The agenda for today did indicate it was a status report / modification.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm encouraged by the information I heard today. I'm looking forward to notable improvement in the odor levels through the summer. I'm looking forward to a good report in October, if that's when we set the hearing. I may be the only one on this board that has been on a landfill, walked it, and I'm not. Okay, good. And, oh, that's right, you have a prior life. Only when you do can you appreciate the magnitude of the problem. And Mr. Sanchez, in his opening this morning, said something that I've been reluctant to say, and that is that while we can expect and require compliance with the law with respect to the nuisance odor rule that's in the district's rule and also appears in the health and safety code, there may never be a day when there is absolutely no odor. There's just too much going on. The landfill is a living thing. It's moving. We heard today about the subsidence that sometimes opens up cracks where you didn't want them to be. And that is why some continuous effort will always be necessary to keep the odors down to the minimum, to keep them down below the level that there's a public nuisance. I'm encouraged, and I'm suggesting that we set the status report and possible modification for mid-October. Which,
If you do it in October, you won't have October's, and it'd have to be in November.
November gets crowded.
If you want to see if you want to see those 4 months, September and October.
Board members, are you willing to go to early November?
I think it's important that we have full data that is representative if we are going to consider any kind of modification. I wouldn't normally want it to go that long, but also the schedule for completion of a lot of the intermediate measures will take us through September, October, so it may be better to wait.
The wells will be installed June, that'll be completed. They'll be in operation for a period of time, and you have enough data where you can decide that it works, and then you can reconsider the position that we're taking early on.
Mr. Sanchez, Wednesday, November 8th, would that be too soon to have some October data?
I was just looking at the chart. I think that gives us about 4 days with the weekend. That should give us enough time to compile all the data.
Is that a good day for the district?
Yes, we're available.
Mr. Bruin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, we'll set a hearing for a status report and possible modification of the order for abatement for 9 a.m. Wednesday, November 8th, 2017. And we're looking forward to some continued good news. Thank you. Any other business, board members? We're adjourned.